Okay, we'd like to call the Budget and Public Employees Committee hearing to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Oldenburg.
Present.
Alderwoman Velasquez.
Present.
Alderwoman Sanier. Alderman Aldrich.
Present.
Chair Spencer.
Present.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Present.
Alderwoman Sanier. We have 5 present. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have just one item on our agenda this morning, our budget. We're going to start with CDA, the agency, and I'm going to ask, just remind everybody here that to give a short overview of your department, as well as we'll go through your budget and then we'll take questions at the end. If you don't mind introducing yourself, any staff members with your team. Mr. Pfeffer, if you want to come join us here at the podium. We have here, let's see, to get us going here in the budget book, the Community Development Agency is, where are we? In our line item detail? Do you happen to have that page handy? Okay. Good morning. If you have the handouts, I think we have in person. I'm the only one here in person here this morning, but do we have it loaded on the drive, Madam Clerk? Okay, great.
We didn't have a handout.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. We have prepared a presentation reviewing CDA's budget, as well as our performance metrics and various other updates for the Budget and Public Employees Committee. Happy to answer any questions at the end of this presentation. As Alderwoman Spencer alluded to, we also did prepare packets for every member of the committee, and we can make these available to you at your convenience. But it largely tracks and provides additional details on top of what's in the presentation, and it's meant as a supplement. So with that, if we can move to the next. I'll just start with a roadmap of what we'll be going over today. Again, just an overview of CDA's work, our mission and history, our partnerships, and our performance indicators. Followed by a summary of our budget, our funding sources, our primary expenses, in particular personnel and contractual services, and some of our locally funded grant programs that also show up in our budget. CDA uniquely among city departments has a budget that does not actually include the bulk of our grant expenditures because our federally funded grant awards are not included in our budget. And so we'll go over some of those elements that make our budget unique. And then I'll share some of our FY25 priorities. Next slide. So just to level set, and I think everyone here is aware, so I won't dwell on it, but CDA is a city department that serves as a clearinghouse for a variety of federal, state, and local funds for the city of St. Louis. We are charged by Mayor Jones with deploying these federal funds to drive economic justice by supporting nonprofits providing social services, by subsidizing the construction of affordable housing, by activating vacant properties, and empowering community development. And our origins were back in the 1970s when the CDA was established to administer the first round of HUD CDBG funds. And then it was formed by consolidating the Planning Commission, Office of Business Development, Beautification Commission, and Model Cities Corporation. And since then, the Planning Department and SLDC have spun out of it. SLDC was incorporated as an independent private nonprofit corporation in 1988, but we maintain a very close partnership with SLDC, funding many of their programs. And the Planning Department was established in 1999, and the Affordable Housing Commission was established to administer use tax funds in 2001. There's also an important note that HUD in 2012 really intervened to clarify and request that CDA redesign its funding processes to reduce aldermanic influence. And that's why, again, our grant award funds are not included in our annual budget. Instead, those awards are included in a separate annual appropriation, which we submit each year, typically in October, and which we plan to do again this year. Next slide, please. So next slide just provides a summary of some, and I emphasize some, of our over 100 grantees. Partners. CDA really does nothing alone. We push paper, and it's really our partners who translate the funds that we administer into real impact, and we'll talk a little bit about that impact momentarily. Next slide. We also fund a variety of public entities and city departments, including our fellow development agencies, as well as the Refuse Division, Forestry Division, Recreation, St. Louis Area Agency on Aging, CREA, Comptroller's Office, Department of Health and Operation Brightside. Next slide. So with that, I want to talk a little bit about our FY24 performance metrics. And the first and most important really is how much money were we able to deploy to drive economic justice? And I'm really pleased to report that that number dramatically increased over the past year from $24 million in 2022 to over $46 million in 2023. That's a near doubling of the funds that we have dispersed to drive economic justice in the St. Louis. And the primary driver of that, a piece of it is CDBG. Our CDBG funds went up from about $17.5 million to $21 million, including CDBG CV. But the primary driver is ARPA funds, that in 2023, we deployed $18 million in ARPA funds. And I'm pleased to share that in 2024, just to date, we've already deployed over $15 million. So we're on track to roughly double that. A next performance metric for us that's really important is our Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report. So this is the report that we send each year to HUD that tells HUD, here's everything we did with these federal funds. And as you can see here, I've included one call out, and there's a few others on the next slide. But we've dramatically scaled our home repair program again over the last year. We served 155 homeowners in 2022. We served 317 in 2023. And this year to date, we've already served nearly 200. So continuing to grow and scale the program. And then finally, another key performance metric that we track is findings, audit findings. And I'm again pleased to report that in the city's most recent single audit report released this week, there are no CDA findings. Moving on to the next slide, I've provided a few additional metrics that we track, and these include the number of youth and after-school, summer school, and case management services provided. Our partners served over 1,000 low to moderate income youth last year. Senior services provided, our partners served over 1,000 low to moderate income seniors. Food access, again, over 1,500 low to moderate income city residents served. Workforce development, job training services provided to over 700 city residents, low to moderate income city residents. Homeless services, where our partners provided transitional and permanent supportive housing to 365 residents, including 99 homeless youth, with CDA federal funds. And neighborhood beautification, where our partners conducted over 200 cleanup and beautification events, 1,400 graffiti removals, and supported over 77 community gardens and orchards across the city. Next slide. So our mission, again, as I alluded to at the beginning, though, is economic justice, by which we mean that's the idea that equity is a precondition to growth in our city, and that our city cannot heal, cannot grow, while half of it is left behind. and recognizing that half of it was left behind as a result of truly intentional public policies of redlining and Team 4 and quote-unquote urban renewal that demolished neighborhoods in the highways, appraisal gaps, restrictive covenants, and more. And we have to be equally intentional in order to reverse these trends. And so some of the factors that we track here include life expectancy, violent crime rates, access to health insurance, average median income, household income, property values, vacancy rates, access to education, access to internet, percentage minority populations in the qualified census tracts, redlining, et cetera. And we track all these to determine whether our strategies are A, targeted to meet the highest need, and B, are having an impact over time. And as you can see on the right-hand map, and in the map, in fact, behind me, the awards that we've made since 2021 are really reflective of these economic justice priorities, and are concentrated with the intent of truly building markets and strengthening communities. And I'll note that long-term, and this won't happen overnight, it'll happen over 5, 10 years, generations, but our goals are to strengthen neighborhoods, eliminate the wealth gap, improve health and educational outcomes, expand the tax base, and grow the city's population. Next slide. Another set of metrics that we track involve cost burden households in the city of St. Louis. And we recently released in 2023 our affordable housing report, which we presented to the HUD's committee, and happy to share this top line takeaway with the Budget and Public Employees Committee as well, that the city has about 140,000 households. Of these, about 77,000 are tenants, about 60,000 are owner occupants, and about 50,000 of our 140,000 households are cost burdened. And collectively, they pay over $250 million more than they can afford in housing costs. And so this is really the why as to why we've invested so much in affordable housing over the past few years. And if you go to the next slide, you'll see how we're responding to this crisis, which really plays itself out across the income spectrum. You have among the most low to moderate income individuals, a group of about 10 to 15,000 households that are evicted each year. But you also have thousands of homeowners who can't afford to keep up with their mortgages, their property taxes, the maintenance on their homes. And our products and our services support that full range, ranging from affordable housing production to home repair to help owner occupants age in place and stay in their homes. And you can see here the cities of St. Louis's current affordable housing development pipeline. And what I want to emphasize is how much it has both expanded and diversified over the last 5 years. Between 2015 and 2019, our affordable housing report found that the city subsidized 1,261 units, including just 39 under 30% AMI and 65 for sale. The city's currently subsidizing 2,900 units, including 778 under 30% AMI and 215 for sale. There's still a lot more work left to do because, as noted, we have over 50,000 cost-burdened residents. But the solution for all those 50,000 residents can't only be more affordable housing, because we also understand that we also need to invest in poverty prevention programs and economic empowerment, and that we need to attack this issue from all sides. And that's really what the economic justice is all about, is about recognizing that there is no silver bullet, that we need a holistic suite of programs designed to provide economic empowerment opportunities for young people, for entrepreneurs, for small businesses, that we need to provide development opportunities for affordable housing, and really to transcend the North-South divide with investments like North-South Metrolink and other large-scale investments. And that finally, we need community-level opportunities to knit our communities together with community gardens, with homes, with early child care centers, with health clinics, with murals, and much more. And we're investing in each of those items at CDA. So with that, I'll transition now to our next slide, which provides an overview of our budget. So as I alluded to earlier, CDA's Board Bill 1 budget is primarily limited to administrative expenses. It does not include federal grant awards, or for that matter, any ARPA funds, admin or otherwise. As the board knows, ARPA admin funds are being appropriated in a separate legislative vehicle. And the primary purpose of our Board Bill 1 budget is to provide personnel with an E&A authorized personnel schedule. Unlike for most departments, the budget books are translated into accounts. The comptroller's office takes the accounts that are listed in each budget and creates accounts and then draws against those accounts. CDA's accounts are born out of our annual appropriations in our action plan, which again occurs in October, November. And so our accounts are set up very differently from most departments in the federal grants, by the federal grants team of the comptroller's office. Nonetheless, our budget includes $9.8 million. Our budget for the purposes of Board Bill 1 includes roughly $10 million, of which $3.67 million is CDBG, that's Community Development Block Grant Admin. Another $1.25 million includes miscellaneous other funds, including both other HUD funds as well as a new set of EPA funds that have been awarded to us, including Brownfields and Solar for All, and includes the admin funds for these grants. It also includes a new $2.2 million use tax allocation for a new local grant program, which I'll talk about momentarily, as well as our $2.75 million appropriation of economic development sales tax funds, which are set aside for neighborhood revitalization. Uses of these funds, again, as I alluded to, is primarily admin, and that breaks down as $3.4 million in personal services, so that's people, that's salaries and benefits, $2.285 million in supplies, leases, and contractual services, and $4.2 million in local tax funded awards. So these are grants that are funded by local tax dollars. And I'll talk about each of these three categories momentarily. And then, as I've alluded to multiple times, we have an upcoming appropriation bill, our annual action plan ordinance, which appropriates our federal funds, which will be moving forward in October, as it does every year. And then we may also do other appropriations bills for specific grants. Next slide. So I'll provide an overview of our personnel costs, our people costs. And that includes our and that's essentially focused in our three operational. Our fiscal team, and I'm sorry that the formatting here seems to have gotten a little messed up, but it's our fiscal team, our compliance team, and our housing team. And so our fiscal team, if you move to the next slide, I'll talk through each of these on our TO. So you can see here our TO. We have, this is our TO as it is proposed in the budget of 59 individuals, 58.75 to be precise. And it includes, as you can see, first of all, we have 45 occupied positions out of that 59. 2 of those 45 are per performance, so 43 full-time, 2 per performance. And then, as you can see in this TO, it's split into 3 operational branches. On the far left side, you have our compliance team, which is led by Rashonda Alexander, a city planning executive, and includes a grants manager for HUD programs, a special assistant for development who leads our Choice Neighborhoods program, a small environmental review team, as well as our grants manager over ARPA. Next, you see our housing team, which is led by Bill Rata, and that includes our residential development program on the left-hand side, an architectural and engineering construction management team that goes out and reviews designs, monitors construction, as well as on the right-hand side, our home repair team. And then on the far right-hand side, you can see our fiscal team, which is made up of an accounting section and an audit section, and various accountants and auditors. As we move to our next slide, I'm going to explain that the fundamental work that we do really occurs over a 5-year and annual funding cycle. And so the way that this funding cycle works is that every 5 years we produce our consolidated plan, which explains what our funding priorities are over the coming 5 years. Then each year we produce an action plan. And the way we do that is we hold a lot of public hearings, collect public input, and then we issue an invitation, a request for proposals before making awards, and then, as I've alluded to, appropriating the funds through the Board of Aldermen. And then we enter into a grant agreement with HUD, and we implement. So we start contracting with our agencies, and we go through the contracting, implementation, drawdown, pay requests, et cetera, process. And then at the end of the program year, 90 days after, we provide HUD with our consolidated annual performance and evaluation report. Next slide. And some of the work that we're currently doing, I want to really emphasize our funding cycles, both recently concluded and upcoming. We recently closed a series of funding cycles that we call collectively our Neighborhood Transformation Grant Funding Cycle at the end of April. And those included $9.6 million available for permanent supportive housing, $6 million available for affordable housing, $2.5 million available for vacant unit turns, as well as $1.6 million available for neighborhood capacity building. Excuse me, I misspoke. $1.6 million available for neighborhood plan implementation. $500,000 available for community development grants to activate vacant properties. $400,000 available for neighborhood capacity building, and $1 million available for historic home repair. Thank you so much. And we are preparing to announce awards for these on a rolling basis in the coming months. And then the next funding cycle that we have coming up is our annual CDBG funding cycle. And so you can find a timeline there in your slides and also in your packet so you know exactly what to expect over the coming months. Next slide. So I've talked now about the $3.4 million personnel costs that we have. I'll talk next about the roughly a little over $2 million in contractual service costs that we carry in our budget. And you see here a long list of our major administrative contracts. It includes, we contract with the Archaeological Research Center, which is required as part of the environmental review process. We also contract with professional environmental engineers for environmental review services, with HITS for digitization services, with Life Happens for administrative manual drafting, with RISE, which produced our affordable housing report, with HTC Global Services, which provides our grants, HUD grants management system, with Employment Connection, which provides us with Section 3 compliance services, with McDavid Real Estate Advisors, which provides appraisal services, with Blue Yonder, which has built our new online home repair intake portal, which is live, and very excited as people begin using that. Reno and Kavanaugh, our Choice Neighborhoods Legal Counsel, the Community Builders Network and Vacancy Collaborative from the Vacancy Strategy Initiative, Haggerty, which is producing our SLURF Administrative Policies and Procedures Manuals, Worldwide Technologies, which is building out our Salesforce Grants Management System, subcontracted with Coastal Cloud, Carasoft, which is providing our Salesforce licenses, LISC, which is really leading our consolidated planning process, and I'll talk a little bit more about that at the end. The Reinvestment Fund, which is producing the market value analysis. The Intercity Fund, which is providing our CDBG-DR action plan drafting services, and Ptolemy, which is our data warehouse and mapping tool. And I really want to emphasize that this is an extremely strong set of partners that we rely on that are in many cases nationwide or international firms that are doing great work to help build our capacity to administer and deploy funds and accelerate our work. Finally, I'll talk about our local tax grant programs. And so the first two of these are funded by Economic Development Sales Tax Awards. And these were provided for in Ordinance 70435, the Economic Development Sales Tax back in 2017. And it set aside 10% of those funds towards neighborhood revitalization and set forth a plan, a vision to set these funds aside for neighborhood plan implementation. And so there are $1.6 million, $2 million really in our budget for neighborhood revitalization with economic development sales tax funds, including $1.6 million for direct plan implementation and $400,000 for capacity building. And that's because we really see a gap in the ecosystem, and we've listened to our partners in the community that there's a gap in terms of grants, small grants less than $10,000. And so we're working to make these available to fund resident-led community activities or events intended to build and strengthen neighborhoods and to fund neighborhood associations themselves. And then finally, a new program that is funded out of $2.2 million in the use tax is we're calling Neighborhood Health Essentials. And essentially, that's responding to the need that we see in communities that are food and health deserts, especially with the recent spate of closings of pharmacies. We see a real need to create a special program and provide special focus to the need for pharmacies, urgent cares, grocery stores, urban agriculture, and other types of food and health interventions in our communities. And so we're excited to roll this out. And as we do, and as we design the program, we are working, we'll be working with BJC, with the McDonald Foundation and other partners, Missouri Foundation for Health, to really learn best practices and ensure that these funds are deployed for their maximum transformative impact. And with all of these programs, we prioritize funding proposals which are community-driven, place-based, and leveraged for maximum transformative sustainable impact. Next slide. So finally, I want to talk a little bit about some of our FY25 priorities. And at the top are some of our administrative priorities, which include expanding and accelerating the deployment of funds, building capacity with new hires and professional development, transitioning fully to a Salesforce grants management system. We're currently partially transitioned. We used it to receive applications in our most recent funding cycle. But drilling down now into some of our HUD and ARPA priorities. With HUD, we were awarded $25.8 million for CDBG disaster recovery, and we need to submit that, and we plan to submit that by August. We also need to close out our Choice Neighborhoods Award, which ends in September of this year. We're really proud of the work we've done in Choice Neighborhoods, which includes a spate of improvements to Loretta Hall Park, a new resurfaced basketball court, new soccer field, new playground, exercise equipment, chess. We've also recently, if you drive by, you will see that the LK building, long a eyesore and a danger in that community, finally been demolished. And then you'll also see, of course, 695 units under development. Phase 1 is occupied, Phase 2 is recently complete, and Phases 3, 4, and 5 are moving forward. And then we also need to submit our 2025 to 2025 consolidated plan, and I'll talk a tiny bit more about that at the end because we really need the Board of Aldermen's input and want to make sure you're aware of this process. With ARPA funds, our priorities are A, to obligate all ARPA funds through executed contracts by the end of this year. And also to deploy more than 50% of ARPA funds by June 30th of 2025. We're also nearing completion of our ARPA policies and procedures manual. We have a draft. We're very excited to finalize that. I think it will be of use to the entire city. And then we also have a variety of priorities for other funds, including deploying those local tax grant dollars, deploying our EPA brownfields and solar for all grants. This is our first year administering EPA grants, and that's a big priority given the set of sustainability challenges facing our city. And finally, continuing to partner to drive the Vacancy Strategy Initiative, which is funded by Economic Development Sales Taxes, has been really well received by the community, and we're excited to continue that process. Next slide. So, as I mentioned, want to provide a little bit more detail about our consolidated plan. This is something we're required to do every 5 years, and I think it's especially important in this cycle, 2025 to 2029, because as we know ARPA is going to be phasing out, we need to take the opportunity to assess what's worked and what we want to continue funding on a long-term sustainable basis with CDBG and other federal funds. And so we encourage you to engage in the process. We are happy to hear more about your priorities. What it includes consultation and citizen participation. It includes a needs assessment, a market value analysis, and analysis of impediments to fair housing. But most importantly, it includes a strategic plan, which is a table that sets forth exactly how many affordable housing units we want to build, how many workforce training programs we want to fund, et cetera, et cetera. Next slide. And some of our priorities for this coming consolidated plan includes creating, sunsetting, and programs. It includes updating some of our housing affordability policies. It includes designating North and Southeast St. Louis as neighborhood revitalization strategy areas, and includes deepening our citizen participation processes. Next slide. This is I have 3 slides left, so I know I've been going on a while. We're almost reaching the end, and then happy to answer any questions. But we did receive $25.8 million in disaster recovery funds as a result of the July 2022 historic flash flooding. And so we are preparing a draft action plan for public comment. It'll be released in early June. And potential eligible activities range from home repair and home buyout and relocation to potentially, and we'll need a waiver from HUD to do this, but replacing cars that were lost to the flooding. To green infrastructure, investing in a watershed stormwater management plan, river to pair, flood mitigation feasibility and design study, and funds to implement these plans. And finally, building the city's flood response capacity with a plan that says hour by hour, how are we deploying resources, a reserve of dehumidifiers, pumps, coolers, roll-off carts, everything that you need when a flood hits. And of course, providing CDA and CEMA admin and emergency response staff. Next slide. Here you can see our timeline for this work, and you can see that we'll work to post the draft action plan for public comment in June 2024, and host public hearings in July 24 before submitting the plan to HUD in August. And we hope to have a grant agreement approved by October and launch the programs in early 25. And we'll, of course, be appropriating these funds as well, likely in our annual appropriations ordinance. Next slide. Finally, I don't have enough time, because I've already gone on long enough, to go through all of the programs and all of the funds that we're currently administering, but I did want to include this table of our appropriations that the Board of Aldermen has sent to CDA to administer. It includes a total of over $350 million in funding that we are working to deploy to drive economic justice, and I'm happy to answer questions about any of them. So with that, happy to turn to your questions.
Thank you, Noel. A couple of just real housekeeping things. A couple of the things you mentioned here, the audit, the action plan, which is coming to an end, and the sort of start of a new one going on in 2025, as well as the CAPR, which I think is available online. Can you send those to the committee for review?
Certainly. And let me clarify that our action plan, we really operate on a calendar year. So our program year is the calendar year.
Okay. I have a series of questions, but I think maybe it would be helpful to just really quickly, I mean, the presentation is very helpful. And looking at your budget, just wanted to kind of go through what your actual budget is for fiscal year 25. It looks like you have a budget of $3.7 million.
That's under Fund 1502, yes.
Exactly, yeah. And then we've got some use tax funds. If I'm looking at your total.
The total is about, if we go back to the presentation, it summarizes it. I think it's on slide 10.
I'm looking at a comparison to what was requested from your department, which isn't in the presentation.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, so if you want to just, we usually do that for departments, if we want to kind of just see what was allocated, what might be missing, and how we might move forward.
Yeah, so the only difference between what was allocated and what was missing is that there was approximately $385,000 or $390,000 struck from our professional services line item. But the truth is here that, as I alluded to, this doesn't actually restrict our accounts in the same way that it would other departments. It was struck, and there was a lengthy exchange with the budget director, and which I'm happy to share if needed, but out of a concern for Operation Brightside's funding, but in truth, the issues are unrelated, and as mentioned, it doesn't actually affect our accounts, so our fiscal manager is not concerned. But this line item funds all the administrative contracts that I included in my presentation.
Okay, so generally speaking, just, I know we have a lot to digest here. To run the community development agency, what is the budget to run the department? Not the grants, not all of the things that you hand out, but what is the actual department cost the city of St. Louis to run?
Well, I wouldn't
Well,
say it
excuse me.
costs the city of St. Louis because it's
You
not.
come out of the grants and that sort of thing.
Yeah, including ARPA or not, because currently what's before you does not include ARPA.
Both ways.
So without including ARPA, it would be approximately the 3.4 million in personnel services plus the 2.2 million in admin services. So that's going to come out to about $5.6 million.
Okay, and with ARPA?
With ARPA, you can tack on another roughly 2 million.
Okay, and so your staffing right here as proposed in the budget is 58.75 people, is that right?
That's right. And as you'll note, some of those are ARPA funded. And so the ARPA funded positions are included in that budget, but the ARPA funds are not.
How many of the ARPA funded folks are in that 58.75?
I believe it's 28, but let me confirm that. Excuse me, it's 21.65.
21.65. Do you have a plan for once the ARPA is rolled out on what is the, proposed moving forward staffing for CDA as, I'm assuming presented in that, the plan that you're kind of reviewing with the public right now?
Yes, that's a great question. It's something I think about a lot. And there's a couple pieces to our plan. One is that we will have natural attrition. And so we'll stop hiring. And 25 through 26 we'll have natural attrition. We have a lot of really talented young folks at CDA who are amazing ARPA monitors, but that were hired on expressly. It's in their offer letter under the condition that this is through the term of ARPA. And they are excited to move on to further education and other opportunities after ARPA runs out. So that's piece one, is that the ARPA funded positions are term limited. However,
All 21 of those, Noel?
no, absolutely not. You're right, because we have different types of ARPA positions. We have ARPA positions that are fully ARPA funded, and then the other thing is that we have a lot of positions, like most of our fiscal team is civil service, but 40% of their salary comes out of ARPA, because if you look at the money that they're moving, half of it is ARPA, right? And so we kind of prorate their time accordingly. And so those, you're absolutely right, are not, that's why I said there's a couple different pieces to the approach. But one piece is that there's term limited positions and there is natural attrition. The other piece of it, though, is that we have built up and are continuing to build up a surplus of CDBG admin funds that will allow us to smooth that transition post 2026. And so again, kind of get on a glide path through natural attrition where we can come back to a resting authorized rate that is historically around 43 employees.
Okay.
And finally, I'll note that we currently have 43 full-time employees and 2 per performance.
Okay. I'd like to turn it over to the committee for questions, starting with Vice Chair Alderwoman Boyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Pfeiffer, I spoke to you yesterday, so I'm fine. Thank you for your presentation and the great information that you're giving us and updating us in regards to CDA.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Velazquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Pfeffer. I don't really have questions. I feel like I need to dig into this further. I would love to. I know that you and I have had some conversations specifically about affordable housing. I think I'd love to dig into that, the 2025 plan. I've obviously got some ideas, but I mean, just to kind of, think through that. specifically affordable housing and development issues. But I don't have any questions on the budget. So
Great. Would be happy to schedule some time with you on the consolidated plan.
that'd be great. That'd be great. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alderwoman Saunier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Noel, Director Noel, Director Pfeiffer, Director Pfeiffer. Thanks for being here today. And, you know, I think you guys are doing great work. I've heard a lot of neighborhoods talk a lot specifically about the neighborhood transformation grants. And I think, is your office the one that you're working on? Is the neighborhood transformation grant the grant that's supposed to help them get access to a professional to help them with their neighborhood master plans? Are those the same thing?
It can be, but usually not. So if you're talking about neighborhood planning, that work is led by the planning department. That is bringing in an array of consultants to support neighborhood planning. If you're referring to capacity building for small businesses, is that what you're referring to? That is funded through CDA, but through SLDC with their North City Grants program. But our Neighborhood Transformation Grants program provides a uniquely flexible set of funding that neighborhood associations, CDCs, and community groups across the city are using in a lot of different ways to build capacity.
And I guess, so I mean, I've definitely sent it out to all of my neighborhoods and things like that, but maybe since we're just in the meeting, could you talk about some of the specific things that neighborhoods can use those funds for and the timeline of those funds?
Yeah, so I know, for example, that Dutchtown Main Streets in your ward, I believe, is using those funds to hire an executive director and to do neighborhood beautification activities.
That's Shane Alderman Combs' ward,
Oh,
but
excuse
they're it's a part of the Jefferson Gravelway. So they're working with Gravelway Park and Benton Park West because they all work together. But
Excuse me. I know St. Louis Art Place is also using those funds and as I was mentioning with Dutchtown Main Streets, that's for both building their capacity with an executive director, but also doing neighborhood beautification work at Market Park and the Virginia, Alabama Community Garden. The Gravelway Park Blocklink Neighborhood Association is also investing in a community garden near Cherokee. The St. Louis Art Place Initiative is also investing both in actual development of housing, affordable housing, but also in building their own capacity to develop a community land trust for permanent long-term affordability. And that's just a small group of awardees near your ward. As you can see in the map behind me, we have awards all over the city.
absolutely. And then the other information is I just found some of your data about the household breakdown. Did you say the 140,000?
Yes, roughly. It's a little bit less, 138,000 or so. But yes, we have 140,000 households in the city of St. Louis.
That's interesting. I feel like that's a strong number, which is good. And I just liked having some of the income information breakdown. I think it's always good. Yourself and another presentation we got talked about, I think it was April Griffin with the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, talked about just how many households we have within our city that are kind of spending so much of their resources on just like their rent or their mortgage payment. Talked about how the city of St. Louis is above the national average for poverty. And so I just think having some of this data and some of this information is very helpful. And it also just seems like you guys have been doing a lot of long-term strategic planning, like the way that you have so many programs playing out at once that are kind of complementary to each other. So I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing in the affordable housing area, in the business growth area, in the neighborhood support area, and just let you know that I've many times I brought you to town halls and many times made sure, I reference your office and the work you're doing and try to make sure my community knows about those resources because they are very plentiful. And I know many folks that I represent have found them to be very helpful.
That's very kind. Thank you very much, Alderwoman. There's no one size fits all. It's going to take all of us and also a dozen different programs to really drive neighborhood revitalization.
Thank
Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Director Felfel. Always mess up your last name. Sorry about Felfer. No questions. Just more of a comment. I also am very impressed and just thankful for the work that you guys do. As you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation, and y'all mission being economic justice reform, which I just kind of butchered that too. But over in the Car Square neighborhood, as you had mentioned, it's been just a lot of upgrades from Loretta Hall Park, really uplifting O'Fallon Place that hasn't been remodeled in years, and in areas that have been disinvested in a very long time. It's good to see as those homes don't look like the 21st century, they're coming up to the 21st century, new appliances, beautifying the park, and just continue to look forward to work with you and your office and your other partners to make sure that we can continue to beautify communities that, again, has been left behind for a very long time. So thank you for your partnership, and looking forward to more great work that we can do together in the 14th Ward.
Thank you, Alderman. We don't do anything alone and really appreciate your partnership and work.
Okay. Mr. Pfeffer, it would be, yeah, as I mentioned, it would be helpful to have those other documents that you're if you have is the most updated ARPA allocation available? I know sometimes there has been a lag in what has been actually awarded. Where are we at with the ARPA funding, and where can we find the most up-to-date set of facts on those funds?
It's certainly the city's ARPA transparency portal and ARPA website. I can share, as you point out, that there is sometimes a lag. And to share the latest update from a CDA perspective, we've been appropriated about $180 in ARPA funds. Those are fully programmed. 120 million of those are obligated through executed contracts. The vast majority of the remainder are working their way through the contracting process. And then about 34 million of those are expended. And what we're really seeing is exponential growth in those expenditures. As I kind of alluded to, in 2023, we spent about 18 million. In 2023, we spent about 18 million. In 24 to date, we've spent about 16 million. And so you see that roughly doubling. And we expect that growth to continue.
Okay. That would be helpful. I guess we can take a look at the transparency portal and see when it was most recently updated. One of the things, as far as housing is concerned, that has been very alarming, two fronts. One, the Housing Authority has recently been in the news for some very unfortunate reasons. Does the CDA coordinate, collaborate, fund, work with the Housing Authority in any constructive way? I realize that they are primarily funded through federal funds. They're a locally administered federal agency, if you will, but the amount of housing under their control and the documented issues associated with that, with those housing units, is very, very alarming, and certainly very damaging to many residents of our city.
Yes, I absolutely agree and share your concerns. The Housing Authority is a victim, I truly believe, of federal policy, and they are chronically and criminally underinvested in from the federal government and DC. And so they do not have, unfortunately, the resources to fulfill their mandate and the responsibility, which is to care for and house the most vulnerable community in our city. So I share your concern, and that's why we do have a partnership with the Housing Authority. The partnership is discrete. It covers specific projects. It's not like a broad partnership where we're partnering and holding hands on everything, because frankly, our work is so different. It actually funnels up through wholly separate HUD programs. And so we report up in very different ways. And there are actually challenges to braiding some of our funds together at times. But we're working together on 3 projects, which I'll mention. One is vacant unit turns. That's something that we see as a big problem for a lot of housing portfolios, not just the Housing Authority, but that they get in these sorts of death spirals where they're not generating sufficient revenue to maintain and turn the unit, and then these units fall into uninhabitable standards. And so the Housing Authority has some units in this state, and that's why we are putting about $2 million in funding towards bringing about 200 Housing Authority units back online, so that we can expand that supply of affordable housing and support expanding access to affordable housing. A second partnership includes an ARPA-funded beautification program where we are working with the Housing Authority, and the Housing Authority is really working with residents to beautify some of their buildings and some of their landscaping. And so really excited to see what these residents of the Housing Authority move forward with. And finally, and arguably most importantly, we've awarded $2.5 million towards the redevelopment of Clinton Peabody. Clinton Peabody, as you know, is a distressed project with over 350 units, many of which are unoccupied and in dire need of redevelopment. It's the oldest public housing in the city, built originally in 1942. And so we are working with the Housing Authority in the preservation of affordable housing, a nonprofit out of Boston that they've selected as a master developer to go after a Choice Neighborhoods grant. So in the same way that we are revitalizing the near north side with a holistic investment into the housing, the people, the community, critical community improvements, we can bring that same attention and focus to Clinton Peabody.
Okay, that's very helpful. I mean, I drive by Clinton Peabody every day on my way out. It's in my district. It is in bad need of investment, and I've been working with some of the folks over there to make sure that we're making those investments wisely and rolling those folks, the folks that are living there, back into the new development and surrounding communities. There's been a real disconnect, I think, from the surrounding development for those folks, and that's a big barrier to sort of overall healthy communities.
Agreed.
I can see my colleague Alderwoman Velasquez has a question. Alderwoman, you're recognized.
Thank you, sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I feel like I could not go one hearing without asking a question. But just to echo my colleagues again, Mr. Pfeffer, great job. I know that you do a ton of work. Can you just talk a little bit about the Healthy Home Repair Program? It looks like it's an average of $13,000 per house. Is that what you find? Or there's some greater than others? I think, as you know, as I know in the ward, it's such an important program. And again, I mean, it helps with that. You know, I think as we talk about just the continuum of housing and, keeping people in their homes is such an important, component of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Great question. It's a program that we're really proud of at CDA. We have an amazing team and set of partners, and they've been working really hard to scale it and meet the moment, the need. As you pointed out, the need is extraordinary. We have over 1,000 homeowners on our wait list, and that's gut-wrenching, that we know that the need always outpaces the available resources and capacity. But that's why, again, we've scaled it from 155 in 22, 300, over 300 in 23, and hoping to go over 400 in 2024. And that work is driven by one, contractor outreach. That's the biggest constraint, is that there's so much new construction going on, and most contractors would rather be on a new construction site than in someone's kitchen or someone's basement with that homeowner kind of over their shoulder. And so the program historically, even before COVID, faced challenges recruiting contractors, and we've done a lot of intentional outreach and grown that contractor bench from about 40 to over 70 contractor partners. Another thing that we're doing is we're working to accelerate the process by we're starting a new partnership with a master contractor that, instead of individually bidding out every home to these subcontractors, can subcontract in-house and deliver the work we hope and expect more quickly. And so that's something that will also help drive velocity. Another challenge to the program historically has been that there's been a lot of paperwork associated with it, and there's two essential compliance requirements. One is you need to own your home, clean title, and you need to own and occupy your home, and low to moderate income. And what that means is, for an individual, that's under about $50,000, and for a family of four, that's under about $86,000. And so another way that we're accelerating the process is creating this online home repair portal. which is, I think, going to really help make it easier for folks to fill out that paperwork in a more expedited manner so that we can respond more quickly. But of course, we will continue to have the paper mail-in option available so that our seniors and others who may not be as tech savvy aren't excluded from the program. And then finally, you asked about cost, and the answer is that it does range a lot. 13,000 is exactly right. Our average is around there, vacillates between there and 10,000. Although obviously construction costs are rising. It used to be 10,000, now it's a little higher. But also we have two different types of home repairs that we provide. We provide a comprehensive home repair. That's something that we only provide with our HUD funds. And what that means is that we will go into a home and bring everything up to code. Now there is a cap of 50,000, but that can be waived in certain circumstances. But we will again bring that home up to code. Then the other product that we have, and we have this both with HUD funds and with ARPA funds, is our priority home repair. And that's essentially recognizing that there's these 1,000 individuals on the wait list, recognizing the extraordinary need. We want to make sure we're prioritizing the urgent threats to life and safety, right? So if someone's boiler doesn't work in winter, right? Furnace doesn't work in winter, so HVAC work, or if there's a collapsed water or sewer lateral or a collapsed roof, we will prioritize that work and get in there and only do that repair. And those are going to be typically a little less or a lot less. And then a final note is that ARPA funds have also really accelerated this work because unlike HUD funds, they don't require an environmental and historic review as part of that process. And that's the thing that with HUD funds really prevents us from responding very quickly and being able to provide and deploy funds rapidly to meet an urgent crisis, is that we are required to conduct an environmental and historic review. And so that's why one thing that I'll share as we think about post-ARPA and sustainability, I think it makes a lot of sense to consider exploring a local funding source to provide kind of crisis, urgent home repairs moving forward. We can continue to use HUD funds to provide the comprehensive and some of these other home repairs, but identifying other more flexible funding sources is really important if we want to be able to respond to crises as they arise. And then finally, to your point, the impact of this program is tremendous in terms of, again, helping preserve the fabric of neighborhoods, helping seniors age in place, helping prevent vacancy. Because these are homes and families that otherwise would likely have to leave their homes and could even become homeless. So it's a program that we're passionate about and that we hope to continue growing. And sorry, one last point. It's one that we are also continuously working to identify additional funding sources for. And that's why we do recommend allocating a portion of our disaster recovery funds to provide home repair for homes damaged by the flooding. And then also the Solar for All award that the city recently received. And when I say the city, we were really part of a coalition of over 30 communities that received a $156 million award from the EPA. But about $8 million of that is set aside for the city. And the bulk of that is to provide energy efficient home repair.
I think that's, I appreciate your thorough response. It's great. I have I think when we talk, I mean, if I want to be careful when I say incentives, or if there are things that we can do at the board, either when you're looking at, you said it before I could even ask, the post-ARPA budget and then that consolidated plan, I think we'd love to hear it just because it is something that we get called on, I get calls regularly about, and, it's really important. One more question for you. Sorry, y'all. Can you just talk about, and I didn't see it in the line item budget, I just know it's something that you work on, or that's part of CDA. Can you talk about the funding and budget and program with the legal services of Eastern Missouri when it comes to vacancies, and sort of what that looks like for the coming year, and even if you've got some ideas on where that fits into your consolidated plan?
Certainly. And let me start by clarifying that CDA does not have a contract with Legal Services in Missouri. I believe another city department is funding Legal Services of Eastern Missouri to provide some eviction prevention work. What we have is a contract with the Vacancy Collaborative, which includes Legal Services of Eastern Missouri and a number of other partners. So our vacancy strategy initiative is really made up of three prongs. One is community. It's facilitating a community-driven planning process whereby we have iterative dialogue between city departments and the public about our priorities about vacancies. Community is prong one. The second prong or pillar is data. So it's community-driven and it's data-informed. And that data is essential as we work to identify, what is the cost of vacancy? When we stabilize a building, what is the return? Because we think there's a significant return, right? That it makes sense to set aside funds to prevent vacancy or to stabilize buildings because it'll raise property values. It'll improve quality of life for residents and neighborhoods. It'll save the city money that will otherwise have to spend mowing that grass or cutting down the brush or frankly responding to a fire if the building isn't properly secured. And so that's one piece of that data piece. Another piece is putting all of our data together into a data warehouse so that we, A, have a really clear inventory of the city's vacant property, and B, again, really understand its relationship with violent crime, with homelessness, with other kind of trends. And so where all that cashes out to is that the third pillar is developing a strategy. And that strategy includes something we call prioritization indices. And so essentially these prioritization indices allow us with all the different data that we can look at about the building owner. Are they out of state or are they a city resident? The association with violent crime. Is the property near a public school? Is it near public transit? The future North-South Metro line. All these different criteria, we can build a prioritization matrix that then allows us to identify these are the properties, these are the vacant lots, these are the vacant buildings that are the highest priorities for intervention. And then we figure out what type of intervention is needed. Is that intervention a demolition because the building's too far gone? Is it stabilization because we think it has a lot of potential, but the market isn't ready for full rehab just yet? Or is it a full housing rehab? And so we can build that plan. And similarly for vacant land, is the land in a flood zone, right? Then we probably don't want to prioritize it for development, but we do want to prioritize it for green infrastructure. Again, is that vacant land near a public school and a public transit? Again, maybe now we do want to prioritize it for housing development. And so we can go block by block and parcel by parcel and build out a plan. And this work, this vacancy strategy work, is deeply interwoven with the strategic land use plan as well. And then finally, it's also just about prioritizing the deployment of resources. So using these prioritization indices, which by the way, we've engaged with the public about, we've shared with the public, here are the factors, which ones are most important. We had a great exercise where we asked folks to rank the different factors. What do we care about more? Care about whether the owner's out of state or that there was a shooting here or that it's next to a public school, and how do we rate all these different things so that we can really calibrate the algorithm to give us a prioritization index that really works. So then we can turn around and use the $15 million of state demolition money and prioritize projects appropriately and accordingly. Then we can turn around and use the $13 million of private building stabilization money, where for the first time ever, the city has the resources to go after and stabilize properties owned by negligent problem landlords and tell them either you pay for the stabilization costs or you lose the property. We can deploy all these funds, which are significant funds, but ultimately still pale in comparison to the need strategically for maximum transformative impact.
Great. No, that's super helpful. I don't know if you, maybe we can talk about the vacancy collaborative. I was thinking what I've seen is the work, I think, through the vacancy collaborative for some of the lawsuits related to vacancy and problem properties, essentially, that
Yes.
is able to move, at least in my experience in the 6th ward, is they're able to move some vacancies in a way that is pretty productive, and it works really well. And certainly it's they're very careful with, they're not trying to kick people out, they're very careful with which which properties are chosen. And, typically it seems like they go through that, pay the lien, not pay the lien for like a decade or more to kind of move some of those properties along. But it seems to be a program that works really, really well.
Agreed. It's a really amazing and impactful program. Again, we don't fund it, but it's part of the overall vacancy strategy and the suite of products and tools that we can bring to bear on problem property owners. It's funny, the vacancy strategy work also includes a policy work. And one of the discussions we were having at this policy working group this week with folks like Peter Hoffman, who leads this work at Legal Services, is the idea of could the city adopt a forced sale ordinance? That essentially allows the city councilor's office to bring forced sale actions in the same way that neighborhood associations and community-based groups can do in partnership with legal services. There's pros and cons to it. It could obviously be abused. It could also be an amazing tool. But there will be policy recommendations that come out of the vacancy strategy initiative. Well, so definitely keep an eye out for those, and we welcome your input in it as well. I know another set of policy recommendations that is moving forward is around the Prop NS program. It's been very hampered by the fact that currently there's a cap of 30,000 for single-family buildings and 50,000 for multifamily buildings in terms of how much we are authorized to spend per building, and that's why we have authorization currently for $40 million in Prop NS funds, and spent about $6 million over the last few years. When we're authorized to spend up to $6 million a year. And that's because of that cap. And unfortunately, given the state of the market, what the real need is in the realm of $100,000 to $200,000 for these buildings. And so there's a real need to look at updating that policy as well, and there will be some recommendations forthcoming about that.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate Peter. He's also a constituent, as well as we've talked about a few different properties in our area. So I'll follow up with you, Mr. Pfeffer, on all the things and appreciate your work. And Madam Chair, that is my final question for this presentation.
Thank you, Alderwoman Velazquez. We have one more question from Alderwoman Saunier.
Thank you. Thank you, Alderwoman Velazquez. My question was just about the healthy home repair. Can you talk about the income restrictions associated with that program? I could have asked you offline, but since you're here.
Yeah, so the income restrictions are something we're required by federal statute to impose, and as I mentioned, it's 80% of area median income. So that 80% of area median income is going to be for an individual about 50,000. It's a little over, and these limits are on our website as well. And for a family of four, it's going to be $86,000.
And so the Healthy Home Repair Program, that's not tied to ARPA funding. Those are different federal dollars?
No, the Healthy Home Repair Program is funded by a combination of CDBG and ARPA dollars.
Okay, thank you.
But there's been an influx, just for clarification, of additional funds in the Healthy Home Care Program from ARPA funds.
That's correct.
Yeah, so it's a program we've had going for, I don't know, 40 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time, since at least the 2000s.
There's still a significant backlog that you're still working to work down. Is that correct?
Yes, but the backlog doesn't date back necessarily to the 2000s. But yes, we have over 1,000 homeowners on our wait list and are constantly trying to scale up to meet that need.
I had just asked because I think it's great. I've experienced a lot of folks who want to get healthy home repair. Sometimes they don't quite hit the federal poverty guidelines. So I was kind of hoping, since we were using ARPA funds, maybe we could change it a bit, because the cost of everything is rising, and so someone could be making $70,000 or $60,000, but still not have money to afford. Especially home renovation is so expensive. So that's kind of why I was asking. But that's why I was curious about if it was tied to other sources of funding, because then obviously you're beholden to the federal guidelines, and I know that that's 80% AMI. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, unfortunately, ARPA also has these income restrictions in place. I'm very, however, sympathetic to the challenges faced by individuals who, for example, may have incomes that are just above these 80% AMI, but also have extremely high medical costs or extremely high other types of debts. And so it doesn't really enable a holistic analysis of a family or household's financial position. and it does therefore result in some unjust cases. I will say, though, that as a general matter, given the extraordinary need, I do think that some degree of means or income testing is desirable. But to your point, if there were another source of perhaps local non-federal funds set aside for home repair, the Board of Aldermen could design and calibrate that policy with a little bit more nuance, perhaps providing for a waiver in certain cases. So.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pfeffer. I think the work on housing and stabilizing housing units, particularly in North St. Louis, is incredibly important. We've all, especially in this committee, have taken some deep dives into our population loss, which is primarily coming out of North St. Louis. We need to stabilize those neighborhoods. Housing is a very important piece of that. And so looking at the metrics, if you could share with us, you pointed to some of the metrics that you're going to be keeping as far as the effectiveness of the work you're doing, particularly as we look at post-ARPA, post-COVID funds, how the agency will continue to prioritize things moving forward. It's critical that, especially with the loss of ARPA funding, or the end, I should say, of that finite funding source, that we are allocating the federal housing resource dollars as efficiently and effectively as we can, in particular in North St. Louis, where we are hemorrhaging population. And so keeping those metrics will be incredibly important as we decide kind of how do we move forward. And with that, I think this concludes the CDA portion of our budget hearings. Thank you for being here today. I know you didn't recognize all of your staff, but I'd like to give you an opportunity to do so because they're critical to the function of CDA.
They are. We're joined today by Tom Nagel, our Public Information Officer, and Kevin Ellison, our Executive Assistant, and we have many more staff working diligently in the office now, and they make this all possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to move along. On today, we also have public utilities in the water department. I know we're a little bit early, but given I see Director Scobie here, perhaps we can go ahead and get started with our public utilities water presentation. Would that be okay with you, Mr. Scobie? Okay. Excellent. We can. And just as a reminder, we are inviting our department heads to give a short overview of the department. Go through your budget. Please don't forget to use the microphone for folks at home and the folks that are tuning in remotely. And please introduce any staff you have with you today.
Okay.
Thank you for being here this morning, Director Scobie.
Well, thanks for having me. All right. Okay. Thanks for having us here today. My name is Kurt Scobie. I'm the Director of Public Utilities for the City of St. Louis. With me today, I have our Fiscal Manager, Perla Burke, and also Neeraj Patel. He's our Engineer Manager out at our water treatment plant. Should I hold up here a minute?
We're okay.
Okay. No problem. I do have a presentation I would like to go through and then answer questions at the end of it. Hopefully I answer some of the questions that you have in mind to start with. Are you going to operate how do I do this? All right, great.
Clerk.
Okay. The Water Division is an enterprise fund whose accounts are kept separate from the city's general revenue, which means it's funded by the fee it charges for the services it provides. No tax dollars from the city general revenue comes to us. We exist on the fees for the services we provide. As such, its revenues are dedicated to the completion of its mission to effectively provide a plentiful supply of the highest quality water and outstanding service at a reasonable price to its customers. The Water Division manages 2 water treatment plants, 1,300 miles of water main, 15,500 fire hydrants, 23,000 valves, and 93,000 service connections. We monitor and test our water for over 150 possible contaminants. Approximately 27,000 tests are performed annually. On average, we produce 124 million gallons of drinking water per day, or 45.3 billion gallons annually. Next slide, please. Revenue estimates. The total revenue for fiscal 2025 is estimated at $76.5 million compared to the current fiscal year of $68.9 million. It's an increase of $7.6 million. The fiscal year 25 estimates reflects the full effect of the 20% water rate increases, the first one in July of 2023 and January 1st of 2024 of this year. Total revenue from the rate increases is estimated to be $19.6 million. I really appreciate the boards and everybody who were supportive of this. It made the possible for us to continue to work. Operating expenses, the total operating expenses for fiscal year 2025 are estimated at $79 million, which includes $2.8 million of gross receipt tax, which is a pass-through account, or a net operating expense of $76.2 million. This represents an estimated increase of 6% compared to the current fiscal year. For the last 4 fiscal years, increases in personnel services, materials and supplies, and contractual services continue. This trend will continue into the coming fiscal year. Next slide, please. Personnel services is budgeted at $33.3 million, an increase of $2.5 million compared to the current fiscal year. Due to the Water Division's overall vacancy rate of 35%, our employees will continue to work overtime to deal with emergency repairs. In addition, to make up for the vacant positions and allow us to operate, we will also continue to hire contractual services for electrical, heating, ventilating, and air conditioning, pump and motor repair, construction debris hauling, water main, valves, fire hydrants, and other emergency repairs. Total personnel services for the vacant positions in fiscal year 25 is estimated at $8 million. This appropriation will be transferred to make up for increasing costs in contractual services, chemicals, and electricity. Next slide, please. Health and safety supplies. The prices of chemicals are projected to continue to rise, but not at the same levels that we have been experiencing in the last 4 years. Chemical expenses are budgeted at $10 million with the anticipated $4 million transfer of funds from personnel services. Next slide, please. Could I have next slide, please? All right, thank you. This is a graph of the rise in chemical costs since 2019 until the estimate of 2025. It's more than double. It went from approximately $6 million all the way up to an estimated $14 million in the upcoming fiscal year. Unfortunately, the pace of increase is slowing. Next slide, please. Department overview. The Water Division has 7 sections. The first one is administration / commissioner's offices. This section provides overall direction, human resource support, manages the Water Division, computerized systems, telecommunications, security networks, data storage, and support of all sections of the Water Division. The distribution section maintains water main valves, fire hydrants, leak inspection, metering, tap services, delivers the drinking water, oversees it being delivered to the customers from the plants. The finance section provides fiscal and budgetary structure and control to the Water Division. This includes maintaining both cash and accounting records as an enterprise fund for the city of St. Louis. It processes all invoices, miscellaneous billings, and prepares financial reports. The supply and purifying section operates the 2 water treatment plants, the Chain of Rocks on the Mississippi and the Howard Bend plant on the Missouri River. It performs all activities associated with the oversight of the multi-stage treatment process at the plant. It provides around-the-clock staffing for this operation. It administers the treatment process and filtration of the water. We have our own laboratories at the plants that help with monitoring the treatment process and regulatory control. The supply and purifying section overall is responsible for maintaining full compliance with all state, local, and federal regulations pertaining to drinking water. Next slide. Thank you. You need another page? That's all right. Perfect. The power and pumping section manages energy usage and pumping to acquire river water into the treatment plant and finish water, treated water for our customers and pumping it out to the distribution system. It monitors the pressures out in the distribution system and controls the pressures at various points. The construction and maintenance section provides construction trade, labor, machine shop, engineering design, general and electrical maintenance of the Water Division with an emphasis on water production operation. The customer service section provides professional, friendly services to the water customers within the policy framework establishes to meet the fiscal and legal responsibilities of the Water Division. It is responsible for providing all information to produce accurate water bills, provide turn-on services for new customers, read the meter consumptions, turn off water service for delinquent accounts. Next slide, please. Operational approach. Contractual service facilities and grounds is budgeted for fiscal year 25 at $5.9 million, with an estimated fund transfer of $2 million from personnel services, or a total of $7.9 million compared to fiscal year 24 budget of $3.6 million. In addition to electrical, HVAC, pump and motor repair, construction, debris hauling services, we are also continuing to hire plumbing contractors to help our field crews with water mains, valves, and fire hydrants. In the fiscal year 2023, there were 391 main breaks compared to 342 main breaks in fiscal year 2024. This is through the end of this month. The next page, if you go ahead and excuse me, we got a little bit of no problem. What? Missing a slide? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Your computer did. Okay. Somebody check on my baby. I have like 3 bags.
Do you not? What? And then you got back to me.
Perfect.
First off is in the kitchen. I keep saying that. You make your own bacon.
Okay, we have the graph I was hoping to show. It's better to look at it. This graph shows the water main breaks from last fiscal year, or last year and this year. This year is in yellow. You can see a peak in January where we had a very challenging month of addressing various water mains. It's even though it went up some, the number of water main breaks vary from year to year depending on various factors. Next slide, please. Staffing levels, I have a couple slides on them. The overall staffing level for fiscal year 25 is estimated to continue to be about 65%. Contractual clerical support staff are brought in to help fill the gap with administration, finance, customer services, in addition to the contract services I spoke about earlier. This is a breakdown of the various sections of the water division showing the different vacancy rates that are in the department. Next slide, please. Our vacancy rate started to really climb in 2019 with the pandemic, and it's slowly been creeping up. We see some success in certain classifications, but then we still have challenges in others. Additionally, we have several positions that we are intentionally holding vacant. So if they are not included, the current vacancy rate probably be around 30%. those positions we, at some point, will likely fill. So we want to keep them on the TO. ARPA and bipartisan infrastructure law is in ARPA are a couple of funding sources that we have. They're not part of the budget, but I wanted to include you to keep you informed. We have $2.2 million of ARPA through the city. $1 million will go towards assisting customers in paying their water bill. The balance of $1.2 million is for capital improvements. We have a main replacement identified on East Grand in North City to utilize that money for. In addition to that, we currently have some approval for ARPA and BUILD, bipartisan infrastructure law, funding through the state. Those are listed below in the bottom half of the slide. Most of it is pertaining to lead service lines in the city. We're focusing primarily on building a required inventory that we expect to put on our website for the public to look up whether their service line is lead or not. We still have the majority of our service lines yet to buy. We have like 45,000 service lines that are non-lead. We have 8,000 that we identify as lead, and 60,000 that are unknown at this point. And there'll be more contact and interaction with the public as we proceed through the year here on that. In addition to focusing on the inventory, we asked for $5 million to start replacing lead service lines. Lead service lines are owned in their entirety by the citizens of St. Louis as part of their plumbing of their property, but there's federal funding to replace it, and we have applied for that. We also are required under the federal legislation on lead to develop a replacement plan. We asked for $50,000 from the state to do this study. And there'll be additional funds available through the state, I think annually for the next couple of years, and we're keeping an eye on what we can garner from other sources. So with that, that's my presentation. I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Director Scobie. Just looking at if we could look at your budget in a general overview sense, your requested budget was $79 million. The proposed budget is $78.8, and we've got staffing level of, let's see, where are we? 365, which was what was requested. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that the water department is an enterprise fund kind of sets you in a different light than most departments. But if you could talk to us, just you hit on some of these things here. One of the things that jumps out at me most notably in the budget overview, our revenue estimate is $76.5 million, and our operating expenses is $79 million. So that there's a deficit there because we're not funding you with any general revenue. That deficit of roughly $3 million, $2.5 million is eating into the water department's reserves. Is that correct? Or the projected deficit?
Well, there's I guess I wasn't clear. I apologize for that. The gross receipts tax, some of that is paid by the water department, 6%, and then there's a 4% for a total of 10% on the gross receipts of the water bill,
Mhm.
we budget for the full 10%, even though the 4% that these citizens pay as part of their bill, on their bill, we include that in our budget. So it's kind of like pass through. We don't receive that money but we still have it in our budget. So I'm not sure if I'm being clear on that.
Well, it's costing more money to operate the water department than we're projected to bring in as far as revenue. That's my concern.
Yes, and if you take out the gross receipts tax, or what we intend to spend matches what we anticipate our revenue to be.
Okay, so when you add in other words, when you add in the gross receipts to the revenue line, 76.5 to 79, is that what you're saying?
Yes,
Okay, so if you add that in, those things are roughly equal. Our reserve fund in the budget, in the water division has gone from, we were at 40 million, now we're down to 12. I'm making these numbers, I'm pulling these numbers out of my recollection, so I could be wrong here, but can you help me understand that? What is our reserve fund in the water department right now?
it's, hold on for a second. I'd rather read it than try to. $2 million. We anticipate 2 million for this year.
Yeah.
And we're anticipating 5 million next year.
For
The reserve fund. And so it's.
how much is in the reserve fund right now? Thank you.
Good afternoon, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderman Aldridge, and Alderwoman Sunier. My name is Perla Burke. So as far as our contingent fund, we call it contingent, but that's a reserve fund. Last year when we were here on a budget hearing, we said that our estimated amount of contingent fund at that time was 2.2 million. And that's we've already netted out all of the obligated funds like PO and requisitions. So this year, we actually have more than that. Our contingent fund is 12 million, but again, what we did is we subtracted all the obligated funds, and we estimated that at 6/30/2024 that we would have 5 million of our contingent fund. So we're starting to hopefully build up our cash reserve, from 2.2 to 5 million. So it's a small one, but there's a lot of the prices of commodities and services are so high too. So we're gonna start building up our cash reserves,
Okay.
hopefully.
Thank you for that. Typically speaking, I mean, we go back to 2020, 2021, our reserve fund, if I'm remembering correctly, was around 40 million. Is that right, Director? Or where have we been and where do we need to get back to?
As far as when we can get back to our cash reserve, is that your question?
Correct.
So we're looking at in the outer years, we're looking at maybe, we're hoping that, maybe every fiscal year that we can put away 5 million, each year. And that's how we able to build up our cash reserve. Back in 2008, we have zero cash reserve, and we thought we'll never want to be in this boat again. And we slowly build that up until we got around 40 million.
Mm-hmm.
But then by the time we needed to cover all our expenses, that's when we start spending out our money in the last 4 years.
Okay.
We balance our budget with.
If you could, we have a couple of alderpersons tuning in remote. Thank you, Director.
Thanks for the reminder. We had, during when COVID hit, we needed a rate increase, but it wasn't the time to seek it. So we utilized the reserve to offset the deficit we had and maintain our services. And in those years, our reserves dwindled down to the point where we needed to have 2 large rate increases.
Yeah.
So ideally, we would like to have probably 15 to 20 million in reserve. That would be basically a 3-month cover of expenses. So for the utility.
Okay, thank you for that. I think by way of just a little bit of history, I think some of us may remember the proposal to privatize our water around the time when the reserves funds went very low shortly thereafter. Is that correct?
Yes.
When I came on the board, we had around 40 million in reserves, and that was fairly steady until about 3 years ago, when we started to really dig into the reserve funds to operate. And that is when it became alarming, I think, to all of us, the state, the need for the rate increases you pointed out, Director. Obviously, during COVID was a difficult time to have those conversations. But certainly this sort of the reality of using the reserve funds to operate our water department became clear during the last 3 years. And as you pointed out, we never want to get into that position again. So keeping that keeping that reserve fund healthy is certainly extremely important. And that's why when I see these operating funds roughly equal or even greater than what we're driving as far as revenue, I get very concerned. And so this is why I'm asking these questions. Looking at the chemicals, I didn't appreciate the massive increase in the cost of the chemicals for our water, going up from 4 million to 14 million. That's an enormous increase. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? I think still, while it was several years ago, the crisis in Flint as a result of a failure to purchase chemicals by the state of Michigan, and the disastrous implications that had for its residents and for the health and well-being. Water, in a general sense, having eroded the buildup on the pipes that was protecting residents from the lead in water infrastructure is a vitally important piece. So obviously, we're really grateful that you're keeping your eye on that. But if you could talk to us, considering that it's 20% of your budget, $14 million, what is driving that increase, and is that across the country? What's going on with that?
It's across the country, these rate increases. These are specialized chemicals. I mean, they're used for other purposes, but to use them for drinking water, they have to be monitored and certified safe for the purpose that we use it for, so that we don't introduce contamination into the drinking water from the treatment chemical. So it's kind of specialized. They're experiencing, our suppliers, the same labor shortages, increases in labor costs, material costs, costs of all things have gone up. Shipping has gone up. And did I miss something, Nerj?
No, I mean, basically just all of the issues that COVID brought along with it. That's when we started seeing the rising costs.
Yeah, you have that. And the other thing is it's specialized market. So you don't have like tires out there where you have dozens of manufacturers that you have the competition. Here, you only have a handful of people that actually produce these treatment supplies. So it all adds up to just cost. And it's not a matter that we're using more chemicals than what we have in the past. It's the same amount.
Okay. I have a few more questions, but I think it'd be helpful to turn it over to the committee for questions, starting with Alderwoman Boyd, Vice Chair, if she's online. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Velasquez.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Director Scooby. Am I saying it?
It's Scobie, but I take no offense to Scooby, but.
I saw it on one of the other calls and yes. Okay. So it's Scooby. I'm very sensitive to trying to pronounce people's names right. I know that I'm still kind of digesting all these documents, but can you just, and I think that what Madam Chair brought up about the discrepancy between the 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 operating cost versus the revenue is concerning. My other general question is, how are we planning and budgeting for, I mean, I'm seeing some of this, we've got $1.5 million, it looks like, for capital assets appropriated, but that's a big question, but I guess overall, what do we need in the next year, 3 years, 5 years? What do we need in capital expenditures? And then what have we budgeted? And maybe 5 years and 1 and 3 are probably not really, they're probably broader estimates because infrastructure obviously, takes a lot of time to decay, but, how are we planning for that and how are we budgeting for that?
Well, our total need is not in the budget, but one thing that we're doing is going to have a master plan developed by a consultant. We're in the process of hiring them. The ideal is that in this plan, it would look at all of our infrastructure, upcoming regulations, and look at what we need to do and develop a timeline and associated costs with doing this work into the future. And I believe it's 20 years into the future when they do the master plan is the timeline that it covers. And that'll give us a better defined needs and what we're confronting as a utility. We have ideas of infrastructure that needs to be done, but this having outside consultant with fresh eyes and ideas and the time, more importantly, to focus only on this is beneficial. One of the things that we expect out of this is for them to come up with options on how to fund it too, because there's different federal and state programs that can assist us in covering it. There's subsidized loans, both federally and at the state. There's grants out there potentially that will help us out. But also there'll be a discussion on probably taking another look at our rates as far as the structure and the amounts too. But it'd be something that would be over time.
Has the department ever done a plan like that before?
We have not since I've been here. We've looked at it traditionally when we have funds available, where we save up money to either do cash or go out for bonds or something. We look at the typically what projects we have, the priorities, and what the biggest bang we can get with the funds that are available. And we need to do something different than that.
I was just going to ask, do we have, and I know that it's and sometimes dangerous to guess and estimate on a budget call, but do you have any idea on what the capital, I mean, again, I know that you're looking at 20 years, 30 years, I mean, lifeline for some of these infrastructure projects obviously is decades. But what we could be looking at as a city?
It could be as much as $500 million of infrastructure that we know of. And then you potentially have funds that are going to be needed for like the lead and copper rule. And there's some other regulations out there that aren't well defined on the cost and need yet. But each regulation, if that's kind of an issue with the department, there's a price tag with it. PFAS and PFAS, the forever chemicals, right now we're avoiding that, having to deal with it because we're not finding it in our source waters. And so we may luck out and not having to spend any money to redo our treatment so that those can be removed.
Okay, great. I know those were kind of broader than what was on the budget question, so I appreciate it, Director or Commissioner. And Madam Chair, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Alderwoman Saunier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Director Scobie. I just really appreciate all the work that you're doing. I think, as Alderwoman Spencer said, we know what happens when we're not proactive about our water infrastructure and what we need. And so, even though we haven't been in the past, I'm glad to see that we're trying to move in that direction and think ahead and get ahead of things. And I think that you'll have more support than ever, giving all of the storms. I think it's very clear to residents right now in the city of St. Louis what can happen when our water infrastructure or any of our infrastructure, how interconnected it is, and when it's not working, what a disaster that could be. I have a place in the ward, I think it's on Cherokee in Texas, that like every time it storms or rains, it floods, it pops off, the water goes everywhere. Every single time that we have a heavy storm, this happens. And so I'm just glad to see that you're getting ahead of it and you're working on it. I appreciate the detailed budgeted breakdown. I saw the increase from $4 million to $10 million, but actually, I was just reading some articles when I was looking into the water explosion that I learned that happens every single time in storms, that there's a lot of cities that are kind of taking the same approach that you're taking, where some of their chemical expenses and some of their permanent infrastructure experiences are jumping up expeditiously, because again, I think now we do have several national examples of what happens. So I've seen like this seems to be the trend all around. So I'm glad that we're keeping up with that. I don't really have any specific questions necessarily about your budget in particular, but do you know a little bit about you all's timeline? Like, how are you choosing where to start? Because I know that there's water infrastructure and things needed all across the city. So like, I'm just curious about how you all are prioritizing when you will get to things. And mainly, like, when should I start bugging you about the one that's exploding, that explodes every time it storms on Cherokee?
Well, let's start with the explosion. That sounds like a sewer issue. So that's something that MSD can hopefully address. So the other, right now, we got to a point where we're pretty depleted of funds to do planned renovations to the utility. But moving forward, we're going to accumulate enough revenue that hopefully we can go out for bonds and spread out the cost of doing the work over many years. And we do a lot of reactive renovations due to a pump failure at one of the treatment plants or a motor failure. Then we'll go send it to be rehabilitated. At some point, we would like to replace those, but we're not quite to that point.
So you think that you will have a conversation in the future about bonds so that you can get additional revenue to support the work? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it is. It's a way you can bond out the work, spread it out. It's a less of an impact to the annual budget then, because then you have smaller payments instead of a multi-billion-dollar payment in a year. And it's really fair because this infrastructure lasts generations, a lot of it. So it's nice to spread it out, because the people living in our homes today may not be the same people 20 years from now living there, and yet they're benefiting from it, and then they get to pay a share of the cost of the improvement.
Well, thank you. That was my primary question. I like the detailed account of all of the water main breaks. I just think all of this is very helpful information and will be helpful as we have to go back to our communities and kind of explain to them, some of the challenges and difficulties and plans ahead to deal with those. So thank you for that.
Alderman Aldrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director, for being here. I think a lot of the questions from Alderwoman Spencer and Velasquez was answered. I know we did the water main break I know we did the water increase bill kind of at the beginning of last session. And I know we use this pun a lot, but it feels like we're in that same space of like the water division is still a little bit underwater. And we're trying to get out of it, which is
it is a little concerning, but I know that, you are trying to get those reserves up and not continue to eat into them. I do got a question on the major project materials and supplies. Maybe this was answered. It looks like there was a big decrease from previous years. You requested 750,000 in previous years. You requested and received about 1.5 million or 1.7 million.
What page are you looking at?
Looking at page 189. It's under materials and supplies line or 524500. I'm looking at the line by line item.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one here.
Yeah, it's, go ahead.
So we talked about how.
What's your name?
My name is Neeraj Patel. I'm the engineering manager. Hi there.
Hi, good morning.
They just need it for the notes that they take to make sure.
Oh,
they
sure.
have it.
All right. So we talked about the increase in contractual services earlier for, I guess it's facilities and grounds. A lot of the repair work that we've been doing, this is not new capital spending. This is just repair work. So we shifted it over to the increases that are in that, I think it's 5638. You'll see that went up.
So what you're saying is you move money around. If I'm 5638, you move money around.
Yeah, so major repairs, pumps, motors, dealing with emergencies, that's just moved over to facilities and grounds service work.
Reclassified, I guess would be a way of looking at it.
Okay. My next question is on employees. So it looked like you ended the fiscal year with 238 employees, correct?
Yes.
And the year, as you ended with 238, you requested 360. About, I'm not great at math, but like 120 something short. And this year again, you requested 365, additional 5, but you don't seem to be able to get up to that at least 300. I'm curious of what is the struggle of getting employees or these jobs posted, and then why continue to ask for over 100 employees and you can't get at least to 300.
Well, some of it is, there's a couple explanations that are going on. Some is that we're restructuring a work group or a position to a different position. It may be current one occupied. The anticipation is that when the new fiscal year comes, we'll be promoting somebody into that position. And so that adds a position to make a change like that. And then the following year, the occupied position would be deleted from the TO. So some of it's just moving, reclassifying positions. We have, for example, another additional position is operating engineer trainee. They are the classification that oversees the pumping and monitors pressure out in the distribution system. We're having staff aging out, so we want to get an additional person in training in place to replace the people we anticipate retiring here in the near future. So it's not a position that's going to be on there for a long time.
Gotcha. I guess just for like an average employee, what would, like, is this the average starting salary for the water division? Do you know?
I don't know that offhand.
Okay. Alrighty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alderman. Okay, I'm glad to hear this about this forever chemicals, that we may luck out on that. I was reading last month that this is going to be a big problem nationwide. These new regulations are going to cost water treatment facilities quite a lot of money to deal with, because regardless of the chemicals we put in, if they come in with chemicals, it's our responsibility to remove those chemicals from the water. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And so we're monitoring that, making sure that we're staying in compliance with those federal guidelines. Is that right?
yes.
Okay. Can we talk a little bit about revenue sources? I've mentioned this several times. You know, just a few years ago, when our current president took office, there was an enormous announcement about well over $100 billion in water infrastructure that was being awarded. And at the time, the director of the EPA was here in St. Louis describing our water treatment facility, our water department, as one of the prime targeted recipients of this massive amount of federal infrastructure money. And can you talk a little bit about what we've received out of that? If the federal government was awarding $111 billion, if you do a population estimate, it would seem to me that the city of St. Louis should be on the receiving end of at least 100 million. That does not include the population that the water department serves in St. Louis County, which is also significant. So by my estimation, that $100 million is a low estimate, because we serve far more people water than live in the city of St. Louis. We have some large consumers of water, including Anheuser-Busch, but we certainly sell water to St. Louis American Water. Can you talk about what we've received as far as the federal?
Well, that was the last slide I had on the presentation, is what we're going to be receiving from the federal funds. We anticipate to have additional funds made available over the next couple of years, and we'll be seeking that. It's some of these funds aren't readily directly available that were spoken to by the president on this. Narich has been the person that's been front and point on our ARPA applications, federal funds.
Sure. Hello again.
Hi. Can you
Right.
remind us when you joined the water department?
It was 2008.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time you've come before us.
This is the first time I've been here. Yeah.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. All right. So you mentioned the infrastructure law funding, the EPA visit. They were targeting that amount of money, but we actually, when the bill came out, it was about $55 billion. And that's a combination of drinking water and wastewater. And then a lot of the lead funding that we've been talking about that we've received, that's also part of that. So, basically there's about $11.7 billion for drinking water alone. And then $15 billion for lead and $10 billion for the forever chemicals.
So about 10% of it would be drinking water related. So we should.
11.7 out of 55.
11.7 out of the original 111.
The 111
Okay.
was a number they were targeting, but what passed was about 55 billion.
Okay, so we're looking at still something around 10 to $12 million would be what we should be expecting out of that drinking water proportion, and then you've got the
Sure.
lead and other piece, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so where are we at on that?
So we've applied for, let me start by saying that the way you get these funds is by applying through the state revolving fund. SRF has been around since 1997. Missouri has gotten $540 million out of that program.
540 million?
Yeah. So it changes annually, the allocation. There's a state match, and we've seen a huge uptick. In FY23, there was 95 million or so that was received. And then, the rest of that, going back to 1997, it was a lot smaller amounts annually. That's because of the infrastructure law.
So the 580, you said how much to the state of Missouri?
So this is all available on Missouri DNR's website, but
I'm a frequent visitor of that website.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But I
But 543,498,100.
Okay,
And this is from their 2023 annual report.
okay. And have they allocated those $543 million?
Yeah, so there's been a number of loans, direct loans, leverage loans. And so they've actually committed 523 million of that. So it's an annual thing. There's applications, and then the revenues that they receive back from the loan payments are actually used to issue new loans.
How much of that $543 million did the City of St. Louis Water Department receive?
Since 1997, I guess I can only go back to.
No. I mean, this 543, was that part of this 53 million, 53?
No, I'm talking about the SRF program
SRF,
in
okay.
general. This is basically funding that has been set aside for water infrastructure as part of the Safe Drinking Water Act.
Okay. How much, I mean, are we accessing that?
So we've applied for $35 million this coming fiscal year. That's a combination of pump replacements, water mains, a number of different projects for infrastructure that we need. Only a portion of that will actually be grant funding. The rest of that is loan. So there is a debt service associated with that. These are 20-year loans, but the interest rate is under 2%.
Oh, excellent.
Heavily subsidized, yeah.
Excellent. Okay. So we're applying for that. Can you go back and can you go back to the federal funding and where we are with that, what we can expect to see as far as some of the, I mean, first of all, I want to commend you on this capital audit, if you will, or plan, taking a look at that. Having an understanding of where we need to be investing from a capital perspective is extremely important. And
Sure.
We're really grateful that you're doing that. We get asked a lot about that, having a understanding of what the price tag is and the priorities so that we can prevent these water main breaks by investing on the front end is extremely beneficial to all of us. The 53 billion from the federal government to water in general.
Sure. So there was an additional, I think, 30 million or so for general infrastructure projects that the state got last year. I don't know what they're going to get this year. That adds on to the existing, maybe 10 to 20 million that they're getting for that year's cycle. So, it all predicates on applying for funding.
Okay.
And then we can receive a loan, and then a portion of that loan may be grant funding.
So to understand the flow here, that those federal water dollars, 53 billion of go to the state first, and then we apply through the state of
Correct.
Missouri. Okay. How much has the state of Missouri received so far out of that 53 billion?
It depends on what year we're talking about, but the data I have here is for 2022.
Okay.
They received approximately I think 100 and something million or so.
Okay.
So there was about 50 million for lead, of which we're getting quite a lot of grant funding. So we're actually a disadvantaged community for lead, which means it's 100% grant.
Okay, so that's that $5 million here for the lead service line replacement.
Yes.
Okay. And that's very, very helpful.
Then there's also emerging contaminants funding, which is that forever chemicals that we were talking about. So that was 13 million. Again, we've tested for it and have been below the minimum reporting level on all of our testing. So we don't really have a need for that bucket of funding right now. And then there's about 53 million in general infrastructure funding.
At the state level.
Yeah. Now, I don't know that limits us. They can issue more than that amount. That's just what was issued in capitalization grants
Okay.
to them. They maintain a fund. They receive applications. It's competitive. And if you've got projects that qualify, you can get funding.
Have we gotten any of that funding?
In 2013, we got a loan for about $10 million. It resulted in 14 projects being completed.
But I mean, of this massive amount of federal funding that has been coming out over the last couple of years, has the city of St. Louis received any of that funding?
We've just put in the application
Okay.
for this next fiscal year cycle. We have received the lead funding.
Did we put in an application for last year's funding cycle?
We didn't put in a general SRF application. We put in applications for some of the lead funding.
Is there a reason why we didn't put in for the SRF or some of this federal funding through that?
It was, I mean, fiscally, these are loans, so you do have to have the ability to cover the debt.
Okay. But the federal grant funding through that 53 billion that we've kind of mentioned, that came to the state when?
So 2022 was the first year of 5 years.
Okay.
And it runs through 2026.
So did we apply for any of those funds in 2022 or 2023?
The programs weren't necessarily, the first time that we were able to even apply for the lead funding, we did.
Okay.
And we received 100% grant funding for that.
That 5 million?
Yeah.
That's excellent. Congratulations on that. That's a big
Thanks.
deal. I'm trying to figure out these, the infrastructure pieces
Yeah.
of the 20, when those other funds, for the water mains, for these massive sort of, the lead funding is super important because it allows people to replace the water lines, which is great. But the other issue, and that's a preventative measure, if you will.
Sure.
But we've also got these massive water main breaks and this underlying infrastructure that we've got to address, not to mention the sort of plant itself and sort of the investing in the actual water production, water delivery service from the water department's perspective that we have to deal with.
Sure. I mean, Kurt mentioned, $500 million in need.
Yeah.
You're not going to get that all up front. So year over year, we have very little debt right now. I think our annual debt service is maybe $500,000. So acquiring more debt so we can have capital to do these projects is the goal.
Okay, so that would look like a bond issue? Potentially?
Typically, they come with bond issues, and then you do get that benefit though of that long-term, low-interest loan. So.
Okay. It would be really helpful to understand better some of these federal funding paths, what we have applied for, what we can advocate for at the state level, whether we need to help you through our state representatives, other mechanisms to make sure that they're getting every penny.
Sure. We've been working with the state directly on this stuff, and they've been helpful in guiding us through it. It's sometimes daunting, complicated, but it starts to make sense at some point. So.
Yeah, and I would say.
Kurt, sorry.
I would say the state, they have been modifying their process to the benefit of the utilities and making it easier. This grant funding initially, when these funds are available, they're all going to be have to have matching funds or a loan. We weren't in the position to take advantage of that because we weren't in a fiscal position to. But over discussions with us and with others, they modified it. That's where we're now getting grants, which is, they listened and changed their process and their point of view.
Can you repeat that piece about the fiscal? Can you repeat that piece about us not being in a fiscal position to access some funds? I'm not sure I fully understand that.
For matching funds, it's usually like 50-50. So if you go for $10 million, you have to have $5 million available to get the match.
Which pots of money are you referring to with regards to us not being able to access in the recent past?
This is through the state the revolving fund program there, whether the assistance for the lead removal or with infrastructure. You know, initially it was a matching fund available, or you get a loan. And 2 years ago, we weren't in a position to ask for a loan or have the funds to do the match.
That was because, why were we not in a position to
We
have
were utilizing, excuse me, sorry. We weren't in the position to do it because we were utilizing our reserves to offset the deficit in our budget to maintain our service. Kind of the reason why we needed a rate increase. We were depleting our funds, and we're just trying to maintain our operation. And that was part of why we argued for the rate increase. It put us in a position to pursue some of these grants with matching funds and some of these loans that are very lucrative. So we're moving in the right direction here.
So if I understand correctly, the City of St. Louis Water Department lost out on federal funds that came through the state because we were unable to provide a matching fund as far as the infrastructure. We lost out on the opportunity to apply for those funds because we weren't in a fiscal position to be able to match.
I wouldn't say we lost out. They changed the process that allowed us to pursue them, because as grants, we qualified they changed the qualification for a disadvantaged community. We qualified so we could go for a 100% grant.
And that was on the lead service line, but we weren't able to access any of the infrastructure funds that you mentioned.
Right, we weren't pursuing them, but we can pursue them now. It's the major focus when these funds came out was for doing the lead service line inventory and doing the replacement plan, some basic stuff to basically identify the scope of the projects that the utilities are faced with, because most utilities are struggling to develop the inventory, have accurate information on all the service lines. That takes the time to do that. And then once you know that, or at least get to a point where you know enough of the lead service lines locations that you can start planning on replacing them.
Okay. I really appreciate you going into all these details. I mean, one of the reasons, we want to make sure here at the Board of Aldermen that the Water Department has everything it needs to function as optimally as it has been functioning for as long as I've been alive and drinking St. Louis water. It's a phenomenal resource. I think the importance of our water resources only going to increase as water becomes a more valuable commodity, and we want to do everything in our power to make sure that our water department is solvent and has everything it needs to continue to produce water. We want to make sure that if there's any opportunity out there to get federal or other grant funding, if it requires matching or anything, I know that this Board of Aldermen would have stood ready to provide ARPA funding or any number of funding sources to lend, to be a matching source, or any number of partnerships that we want to be participating in to help you get those resources. I know that we're running out of time, but I wanted to touch on the metering. It's an issue that we get asked often. Can you tell us the cost of providing or of installing a meter per household is roughly $2,000? Is that in the ballpark? And right now that cost would be borne by the resident. And is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any movement whatsoever towards being able to provide grant funding or a loan program or some other mechanism to metering water, or how are we?
We don't currently have a program like that. We don't have one in the proposed budget before you.
Mm-hmm.
It is a need that we hear from people. It's something that we will look at and see. I mean, we haven't been in a fiscal position to fund that for residents. And traditionally, in the water industry, such installation is something that is borne by the customer instead of the utility.
The cost, so when we're providing water to households that are unmetered, right now, it's just a guess what they're consuming. How are we calculating that guesstimated amount? Is it just the total amount of water consumed by the city divided by the households, and that's just kind of the average across, then sort of weighted for the washrooms and the household bedrooms, et cetera? The reason I'm asking is because the consumption of water in the city is, in these unmetered households, is so much higher than the average consumed water in St. Louis County, for example, when you're looking at MSD rates or bills. I mean, the water consumption that we're making an assumption that a household is using directly impacts and drives the cost of wastewater removal, the MSD charges. And so if you're a single person household and you have a 4-bedroom house, for example, you're paying for all that water, but even more expensive than the water is the cost of the wastewater removal. And those are things that, so how we're calculating the average or providing that is
It's a
important.
question we get asked a lot, or we get a lot of people come to us because of they have a high wastewater bill. And it's the flat rates. We don't assign a consumption value. MSD, is my understanding that they have done a study to assign a consumption value to the flat rate components that they use to base their bill upon.
Interesting. So our billing, it doesn't have any consumption assumptions with it. MSD is making those consumption assumptions based on our flat rates?
Yes, my understanding, and they have to speak for themselves, is that they have done some type of study to assign a consumption to the various components.
Interesting. I didn't appreciate that previous, and that's extremely helpful. Do you have a cost estimate on providing meters across the city?
I do not have one.
Okay. It would be helpful to understand if we were to put a price tag, for example, on providing meters to our residents, just what we would have to come up with by way of a cost. It would be helpful if that's something you could ballpark or say, we just heard from CDA, we have 140,000 households in the city. I know roughly 50% of them are rental units, so assuming multifamily housing, and those are metered. And so what that would translate to these single family homes that are unmetered and what that looks like from that perspective. I think as important as the water cost, maybe perhaps more important is that MSD bill and understanding how those two are related and driving that cost is something that is becomes unbearable for many households. Director Scobie, you started early and we didn't let you leave early. Thank you for being here. Do we have any follow-up questions from members of the committee before we let Director Scobie and his team off the hook here today? Thank you. We'll take a look at that state website. I think it would be helpful if you don't mind sharing some of that information. It would just, I think we are often under the impression, rightfully so, that the city of St. Louis does not necessarily get its fair share of funding that comes through our state. And understanding kind of how that flows, how that's flowing through will inform this committee, especially as we're considering as well the RAMS funding and other sources that may be positioned to invest in our water infrastructure. I think it's really critically important that we exhaust all these federal funding sources and state funding sources that we could access before tapping into those one-time funds. Okay. Thank you so much. We'll take a 5-minute recess and then we'll come back for our parks and et cetera.
Well, thank you.
Yes, 8 minutes, excuse me. We're going to take an 8-minute recess. Clerk, I'd like to call the Budget and Public Employees Committee hearing back to order. Are we good to go? Okay, excellent. Next item on our agenda here on today's budget hearings is Forestry, Parks, and Recreation. I see we've got a big crew here, and so I'll just remind everybody that we're asking the director of the department to come up first, introduce your team, give us a brief overview of kind of what your department oversees, and just remember to talk into the microphone. Please feel free to invite anybody up to help along with the presentation, and we'll follow along, I believe, in our budget book here. And Forestry, Parks, and Recreation would be, let's see if we can find this here in our budget book. Say that again? 97. Page 97. That's right. Okay, page 97. Okay, you're welcome to join us. Good afternoon. Thank you for being accommodating here as we get started just a little bit late. Director Hayes?
Sure. Thank you, Alderwoman Spencer and Alderman Aldridge and Alderwoman Sanier. Real quickly.
I believe we've got a couple members online as well.
Oh, okay.
Velasquez.
Boyd.
Hi, Director Hayes.
Hi. I know you're there. I just can't see you. So thank you for participating virtually as well. I'm Greg Hayes, the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Forestry, which includes in our umbrella of management, Soulard Market and Brightside St. Louis. I'd like to quickly introduce our team. I'll just do it myself, and then they can introduce themselves as soon as they come up. I'll go first, as Alderwoman Spencer said, and then go down the line. So real quick, so you have a visual. Mary Lou Green, Operation Brightside. Alan Jankowski, Forestry. Kim Hagley, Parks. Joaquina Callion, Recreation. Denise Blanchard, Executive Assistant with Kim. Doretta Easter Sykes, Executive Assistant with me, so to speak. Robert Bob Atchison, our new PI, Public Information Officer 2 for us and streets. We split his position. And Robert Bob Ray, Soulard Market Manager. Thank you. Okay, we'll get going on this brief summary here. I think it's coming up, hopefully. And I'll just look straight ahead. It's easier than referring to the paper. Okay, terrific. Thank you. So just a brief summary. In this department overview, Parks Division, I'll hit some highlights and maybe add some filler. We have 110 city parks. We're responsible for maintaining those, mowing, trimming, and debris removal, and also all the facilities, comfort stations, park maintenance buildings, etc. We maintain 9 rec centers through Kim Hagley, coordinating with recreation. When you know we have 7, the other 2 are the YMCA's at O'Fallon Park and Carondelet. We have 7 pools, 4 indoor, 3 outdoor. We do capital improvements in the park, of course, all of our parks. Recreation does operate and manage those 7 rec centers, and they work with parks closely on the pools. They provide programming for all the centers, and we do a lot of that in-house, but we also we do a lot of it through private competitive RFP processes. Forestry manages all the city trees, stumps, trims, removals, plantings. They also have a vast responsibility of maintaining the vacant properties citywide, vacant buildings, lots, and what we call easements, but essentially they're dislocated properties that you see on our side of the fence and MoDOT on the other, if you will. Alan will touch upon the naturalist team later, perhaps. Brightside removes graffiti from 23 homes, properties, if you will, businesses, schools, etc. You may have seen the figure of 4,500 in the past. Talking with Mary Lou, it's a lower number because they're larger projects we're seeing, if you will, larger graffiti, not the sporadic scribbling everywhere. So still a lot of work, just bigger sites. And finally, they do beautification efforts in the city. If you could go to the next slide, please. I won't read numbers to you because obviously you have the numbers, but you can get the breadth of what our department is. We're a very large department. Parks always edges forestry just a little bit in terms of budgets, but you can see the budgets for yourself. And of course, they're noted in the budget documents. At the bottom, you'll see, if you could go back, sorry, Aura, you'll just see some things we can highlight that may come up as questions from the committee of some line item issues that we have in the current budget. And as you know, at the end, Brightside is federally funded through CDBG funds, and Mary Lou is a calendar year fiscal operation and not July to June 30th. Okay, next slide, please. And we're getting close to wrapping up. Those are just some goals. I should have goals there. When we're staffed adequately, Parks tries to maintain our city parks and medians on a 2-week schedule. That's very aggressive, but that's our goal. We maintain all the athletic fields in the city, and we try to turn around as quickly as we can on CSBs. The number of the volume Parks gets in terms of CSBs pales in comparison to forestry, but that's no disrespect to what Parks does. Recreation, obviously I mentioned programming. We're always looking for new programming. If any of the committee members ever has a private provider that you say, hey, they'd be great to work in the city in our rec centers and obviously compensated, feel free to send us their contact information. Finally, forestry, we maintain the properties, as I said. We try to maintain a healthy urban canopy. And ideally, if we're fully staffed, we'd like to do preventative tree trimming so trees don't become more of an unnecessary problem later. Brightside, they have a crew of 4 with 1 supervisor removes graffiti in the city based upon property owner consent. And they also do the beautification efforts and recycling and the responsible recycling we try to talk to the public about. Okay, this is important because we do receive grants and tax revenue. Obviously, Parks receives quite a bit of tax revenue for many years, decades. So you can see for yourself some of these numbers. I'll highlight a few just for sake of clarification. Recreation, that CDA grant, that's an annual budget item where we get a little over $300,000 from CDA to fund those particular programs. New, if you will, or pretty recent, forestry is involved now with an $8 million grant from the federal government to do just as it's noted, not only trims and removals, but replacement of trees to ensure the best canopy we can have in the city. And I think we're pretty well known nationwide, humbly speaking, as having a very good urban canopy. And I already mentioned Brightside. So there may be one slide left. This is very specific. So if you just want to read that with all due respect, and we can touch upon those if any questions come up with our tables of organization with our respective divisions. Couple highlights though. We're always looking for utility workers to cut grass. We're looking for heavy equipment operators to operate trash trucks. We're always looking for tree trimmers. We do have a tree trimmer trainee classification, which is what I'd call somewhat, probably not the best term, but an apprentice to become a tree trimmer, if you will, after a year. These are folks that aren't necessarily in the aerial truck with chainsaws, but they can learn to be that individual. We do have vacancies. We're always looking for lifeguards. Joaquina can correct me, but right now we're ecstatic. All 3 of our pools opened on Memorial Day. They're all open. We visited them, and they are staffed, but we're always looking for lifeguards. I believe Joaquina will come up and say our number may be 27 now. We were at 22, but 5 were coming through the HR process. And I think that's enough for that slide. Is that the last one, Nora? Okay. Oh, ARPA funding. Well, I can pretty much guarantee you the committee members already know all about ARPA and the funding there. we're always looking to take care of these buildings that are 60, 70 years old. So we have been afforded ARPA funds that we put to use. Pool renovations, there's $1 million figure there. We could obviously use a lot more than that, but we're happy to get the 1 million to do what we can with the piping, everything on those pool decks in our pool buildings, roof replacements, et cetera. We have to take care of our city buildings for the community to use and be proud of. Hyde Park, that's just some specific information Kim put there, which is excellent. We can talk about that. And then recreation, Joaquina can talk a little bit about some of those programs we're excited about for our youth especially. And Brightside, as I mentioned, does receive funding from the feds. We deal with the Community Development Agency. And thankfully, forestry received is 1.1 million to remove hazard city trees citywide. So what we do is try to tackle the worst first as best we can. And that is the end of that. I'd be happy to bring up Kim for respect of time and answer any questions, and I can stay up here as well if that works for the committee in going to the Parks 220 budget, if that works. This is Kim Hagley.
Hi, good afternoon.
Same to you guys. Hold on here. This is not gonna work. Okay, I'll just have to. It won't. Oh, there it goes. Okay. I was afraid I was going to break it. Okay.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Excellent. How are you?
It's been a rough Tuesday, but we're here.
Must be really rough because it's actually Wednesday.
Oh yeah, it is. I was off. I was off yesterday.
Oh.
So this is my Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Okay. Yeah, so as far as my budget goes, the asks that I had was $150,000 for pool chemicals. That just comes from.
Director, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Commissioner, let's look at we're looking at page maybe 127. I just want to get us on the same page here, literally.
Okay. And I appreciate the books this year.
Okay, so we're looking at the parks budget now. So if you don't mind, why don't you just introduce yourself?
Okay. Kim Hagley, Park Commissioner for the City of St. Louis. So the adjustments to, I'm just going to jump right in to my budget. If you look on page 125, there's an increase to my 5220 account, facilities, grounds, and supplies. That's the $150,000 for pool chemicals. Okay, I was taking that out of another account, and so we just switched the accounts.
So if I'm looking at your budget, I've got an $11.7 million budget for parks. Is that right?
Yes.
But it is slightly higher than the requested budget amount of 11.4.
Yes.
Okay, and it's 150,000 was what you're talking about here with that?
Yes, and then I had another $83,000, if you look at line item 5660 for professional services on page 126. That is also increased, and that's to cover grass cutting accounts, contracts.
Okay, so Commissioner, you are happy with your budget?
Pretty much so. I did ask for additional funds to cut Crondelet Park. That was another $250,000 a year, but I was not granted that. My thought process behind this is some of the larger pieces, River to Pear, Fairground Park, North Riverfront Park, those are huge swaths of land that are very time consuming for us. So my idea was if I could get additional funding every year for something like the regional parks, concentrate on those now, that I could spend more time in the neighborhood parks. But that's always a wish, and didn't get that. So with what I have here, I can operate at the level that I've been operating at.
And can you talk to us just really quickly about that sort of the goal of the mowing every 2 weeks? What are we actually able to do with what you're budgeted and what you're staffed at?
Staffing is a problem. I have 28 full-time vacancies. And those range from utility workers to gardeners, trades helpers, heavy equipment operators. There's a multitude, but 10 of those, or 14 actually, are directly related to grass cutting.
Okay.
And picking up trash.
So the Parks Division has 156 authorized staff members, at least it did in last year's budget. Is that correct? With 47 vacant last
I have
week.
134.
Okay.
Page 130, correct?
I'm on page 122. It gives you a total. That's my, oh no, I'm sorry.
I'm looking at 220.
Hold on. You might be right, Greg, it's 130.
But you have a vacancy rate of about 30%.
Yeah, a little under, yeah. So I actually have 104 that come out of my general operating budget. I have another 30 employees that come out of Forest Park for a total of 134.
Okay. Okay.
If I can interject.
If you don't mind on the microphone, Director, just for the folks at home.
I'll try to limit these interjections. So what we're doing now that we're 1/3 done with the season of cutting. We start in April, end in September typically. What we are doing now is we're working 6 10-hour days to try to do the best we can at getting close to that every 2 weeks. It's extremely difficult. Rain is always an excuse we don't like to use, but it isn't. It is a reason why we've been pelted. So we're trying to work 6 10s, and quite frankly, sometimes during the summer in June-ish, we'll offer voluntary Sunday overtime, but not mandatory. And some folks take it, but that's somewhat rare. But we're trying to work 6 10s just because when you don't have the staff, you got to up the overtime.
So our staffing is working 6 10-hour days in a row?
They're starting to.
Yeah, starting next week.
Yeah.
Because this is the perfect growing season, like perfect storm. You have cool, we're only in the 80s, and we have 50, 60 degrees at night. We're getting plenty of rain, and we won't see the grass go dormant and probably till July or August. And so until then, we're going to always be behind the 8 ball. We're also about 27 seasonal people short. So about 50 workers overall. But I have a dedicated staff. That's all I can say.
We appreciate them. I'll turn it over to the committee for questions for Commissioner Hagley, starting with Alderwoman Boyd, if she is online. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Velazquez.
I actually don't have any questions. Thank you.
Alderwoman Saunier.
Hi. Hey. First, I always like to start by thanking folks. Ms. Hagley, I email you all the time. I call you about different things. I know my constituents are really passionate about the work that you all do and are really grateful. And yesterday at the Tower Grove East meeting, I even got some thank yous because some folks have started the planting in a 7th Ward. And I'm always impressed at you all's ability to kind of make $1 out of 15 sense. Whenever I do call, sometimes it's like, hey, I can't do it right now, but here's when I can do it. Or perhaps that solution doesn't work, but here's what is within our means. And so I really appreciate you for being innovative and kind of managing everything that is on your plate despite not having the vacancies. And just want to make sure, I think a lot of times you probably hear criticisms and what is needed and work that still needs to be done more than you hear an appreciation for what is being done. So I want to make sure that I just start us off there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I think my only real question is just kind of the breakdown of the staffing. So like, I know that I deal with you all the time, but in terms of like the TO chart, who's under you? Could you just go into depth a little bit more about what that looks like? Is like, who's under you and who is there to support you in the work that you do?
So I am so happy to have Denise Blanchard with me. Up until April 8th, I was a one-man band. Yeah. I literally did everything. Yeah. I've had executive secretaries, but I've had 4 and 7 years because they promote on. So once Denise is on board for a length of time, it's going to take a huge load off of things. Under that, I have Tim Drury, who is our park facilities maintenance manager, and he does all of the carpenters, plumbers, painters, electrician. He manages all of them, and they take care of all of the amenities, the bathroom, the playgrounds, just anything from the trade side. Then I have Matt Winkler. He is my park maintenance manager, and he handles the mowing and trimming crews. And we also, as you know, we do our own trash. We do picnic tables, trash cans, bandwagons, all of that for different tents for different community events in the parks. So there's more to it than just the mowing. Then you have the athletic fields and cleaning and opening, closing all the bathrooms and things like that. So it's not just about grass cutting. And then from there, it gets broken down by foreman on the construction side. I do only have 2 plumbers, which is, and they're close to retirement, so I'm going to need to think outside the box there. So, and then so there's about 35 tradespeople that fall under Tim Drury, the facilities operation. And then most rest of them fall under Matt. And then those are divided up by 10 park yards across the city. And then from that park yard, they service the other 10, 11 parks around each park yard. So we're not traveling across the city. My staff are in the communities. They are establishing relationships with people, things like that. So yeah, they have a lot of pride because most of them live in the area that they work.
Excellent. Last year when I learned at budget that it was just you, I felt so bad for you. I felt bad and good. I mean, because you're doing a great job, but I just couldn't believe that it was just you knowing. I mean, I know if I have to go to you and I'm just one and there's 13 other ones, still actual operations for the folks in the city. So I'm actually extremely glad that you have someone under you now. Shout out to the administration for that. And I'm just, I hope to see you get all of the support and all the resources that you need. I still think you could use a bit more help. I still don't necessarily understand how you do make it all work, but I'm glad that you do. And I think for now, I'm just happy to hear that you have someone who's under you, because last year I was really flabbergasted when I learned that you were just running it by yourself. And then I tried to slow down my emails. So hopefully that worked too.
I do owe you one.
That's okay. Well, thank you, Director Hackley.
Alderwoman, I don't believe you actually did slow down your email, so Alderman Aldridge.
I agree. That was not the truth on public TV, but it's okay. Thank you, Commissioner, for being here. And thank you, Director, and all the amazing people on your team that is here and just do a great service to the city of St. Louis on a daily basis with just a little bit of resources that you do have. Really don't have. Well, I do guess I have one question. What is this time of year? I know it's grass cutting season, so you're gonna be getting a lot of like calls and emails from alders like my grass and event coming up. Where's the grass getting cut? Are we at the same level of like part-time workers or not having them? I don't know if this makes sense how I'm saying it. Are we in the same like path of where we were last year with the amount of part-time workers that we have this year? Do we have less? Do we have more?
Even though we're 27 short, we're about 10 more than we were last year.
Okay.
So the guys, even though they each only got one extra person, you know, based off of last year, they were real happy.
And I know Alderwoman Boyd's not here. Question she always have, or when it comes to part-time, why, what's the goal after your summer? Why not try to transition them to full-time? And I don't know what their age is, but, and I'm not being ageist when I say this, but like you say, there's a lot of people in the city of St. Louis who are older than 30, it's older than me, and they're getting to 35 or they're ready to retire. So why not move those part-timers into full-time?
We do.
Okay.
So if we have seasonal staff that excel, like we have one now, he started April 15th, we're ready to move him to full-time already.
Okay.
So, yeah. And I actually had a slate worker who, I think, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to take the time to say it because I think it's cool. We had a slate worker who worked for us years ago, and he was younger and, you know, not the brightest at, you know, his late teen years. And my park maintenance supervisor up north kind of mentored to him, and they met up again here in the last year or so. And James told him he needed to get his act together, he needed to come back to work for him, and he is back with us. And he is the gentleman that we're going to be promoting to full-time. So Slate is also a feeder, but also the seasonals are. And we'll know if they can make it about July and August, because this is beautiful weather. It's when it gets hot and they're working those 10-hour days. So we'll know better where we are in the middle of that. But yeah, whoever excels and can manage more than a weed whacker or shows initiative, no, we hire them.
Okay. And you said part-time and full-time workers are moving to 6 days, 10 hours?
Yes, starting next week, we're going to 6-hour days.
Okay.
Or no, 10-hour days, 6 days a week.
Okay.
I don't really want to do Saturdays yet, but we'll wait and see. But Monday through Friday, we're doing 10-hour days.
Okay.
I don't want to burn them out too soon.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking of, you know, burnout. I know.
And no, in holidays and things like that, we make them take their holidays and things like that. Yeah. And that's a lot of the reason why I don't go to mandatory, because it's a lot to ask our employees to work 6-7 days a week without a break, being outside in the weather that they're in. It's too much.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your compassion for the workers. And again, I just want to also give you a praise. I always get confused between director and commissioner, but commissioner, you know, we work very closely either on the High Park ARPA funds with the community. He was very intentional of making sure that community voices at the table, the things that are going on with Loretta Hall Park and the upgrades that are taking place. Anytime that, you know, a CSB request is put in, I know Director of Operations want us to put those CSB requests in. So there's a process, but you are good at also trying to speed up the process through the CSB channels when there's higher grass in certain areas. So just thank you for your dedication and all the work that you do, and continue to look forward to work with you.
And you can always call me if a CSB is taking too long. All you just give me a call and we'll jump on it.
Thank you, Alderman. I have a question from one of our one of our Board of Aldermen members who's not here, and that's related to the bathrooms in our parks. So many of them are out of commission. Is there a plan for trying to get those back online?
Some parks take a harder hit than others. And I'll use Cronoletta as an example. All three of the bathrooms that are in the park that were our operational have been vandalized. So until we can get them secured, so what we're doing, they were kicking in the doors. So now when we fix the doors swing out so that you can't kick a door in. Then they went to the windows and they're taking a grinder and grinding the bolts off the window grates and bending them up and coming through the windows. So now we're going to glass block up windows and then put that screening back over the top of it. And the other thing that we're no longer doing is we're no longer going back with copper. It's plastic, PVC, and PEX piping, so that there's nothing metal, as little as we can. And then we just started experimenting. We did it at McDonald Park. We put a gate over the fence or over the door so that they have to get through that gate before they can get into the plumbing chase. So that's a long drawn out process because we only have one welder. So we're just kind of experimenting there. So it's a process. It just depends on how much damage they do and how quickly our two plumbers can get to those CSBs. And that's a problem. I have two plumbers and I have a trades helper, and that's it. So I have been, unfortunately, contracting some of the larger vandalism projects out to try and speed up that process. So it just kind of depends on what we can handle in-house and what we need to contract out.
Okay, that's really helpful. It's not in my current district, but Marquette Park, the pool, obviously, has a important place in my heart, having reopened it. It was brought to my attention by several of the neighbors over the weekend that many residents were turned away, stating that they were at capacity and that they didn't have enough lifeguards to fully secure the entire pool. I know lifeguard hiring has been an issue for some time. Is there something that we can do? What's the whole, on making sure that you have staffing to operate these great facilities? I know we have 7 pools, but 3 of them are outdoor, and they're such an important asset to the community.
I'm going to have to let Greg or Joaquina answer that. I make sure they're up and running, so I don't program them.
Well, we know we're on a tight schedule, and you've got a ton of folks here, so Commissioner, thank you. I know you do a great job answering all of our emails, and as the Alderwoman from the 7th pointed out, there's a lot of us, and we get a lot of requests for parks. Our parks, all 110 of them, are incredible assets to our city, to our neighborhoods. I live in one of the very few neighborhoods in the city that doesn't have a park.
We do. I will tell you, across the country, we are in the 95th percentile across the country for cities that have parks within walking distance for all of their citizens. So that's pretty cool.
It is very, very cool. Okay, thank you. Director, who's up next? Who's your next victim?
Yes. Right.
We're
I
here
just
to- we're-
three
okay.
immediate comments quickly. We appreciate the kind words. They're inspirational. I can assure you that it means a great deal to us to hear that we're appreciated and doing the best job we can. So thank you. In regard to seasonal folks, Alderman, we're always looking to bring them right in a track to become permanent. And in regard to the comfort stations, Alderwoman, if you have specific examples from that alderperson, just let me know what those bathrooms are and we'll look into them specifically.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you. And I'll let Joaquina introduce herself and she'll address the Marquette question.
Hi, I'm Joaquina Calian, and I am the Commissioner for Recreation.
Well, first, welcome. I think you, and congratulations, you were just appointed
Yes.
very recently.
Yes, I was. Thank you. Far as I'm understanding at the Marquette Pool, I think it was more or less we were at capacity when it came to taking in people, not necessarily because we didn't have the lifeguards. But I will look into that and let you know further.
Thank you.
But that's what I was told.
Okay, Joaquina, where can we see your budget here? I want to make sure that you have what you need.
So my budget is on page 104, and it goes all the way through.
– 104 through
114.
Oh, okay.
I'll look in your book. Hold on.
Okay.
I have it on my screen. Yep. I'm gonna find it in your book right here. Okay. So the main things that changed in my budget this year was the fact that we were giving more capital for us to be able to provide more field trips. So to our fleet and rental leases, we were given an additional $10,000 so that we're able to provide extra field trips for this summer. So our kids are really excited about being able to participate in some of these field trips that we're able to provide. And we were also given an additional custodian. We did ask for 2, but we got 1, so we're excited about that. So those were the major changes in my budget this year.
Okay. I will turn, so you have how many staff members, or how many are we staff? I'm a little bit confused. Your department has 2 sets of staffing, 38 and 15. Are those?
So I have staffing under our 1,000 budget and also under 118.
Okay.
And also under 1121.
Okay. How many staff is that total?
It's a total of 68 when
Okay.
we're at capacity.
At capacity?
Or as full-time employees, but as part-time, we're able to take on 50.
Okay. How are you finding staffing to be at the moment?
So right now, we're 4 down when it comes to our full-time positions. But for as our summer positions for our per performance and seasonal, we're down about 20.
Okay. I'll turn it over to the committee for questions. Alderwoman Velazquez? I'm going to skip over, or we don't have Boyd or Oldenburg, correct?
I don't think so, but I have none.
Okay. Alderwoman Saunier?
I'm just going to say hello.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you.
I'm glad that you're joining us. I look forward to just kind of getting to talk more, seeing more about how we can work together, and just welcome to the city, and thank you for bringing us your service.
No, thank you. And I look forward to those calls too.
Alderman Aldridge?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How you doing?
Just fine.
Commissioner. Okay, I'll get it in my head eventually. Congratulations on the appointment. I'm looking forward to also working with you to figure out how we can help you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, we have, how many rec centers do we have?
We have a total of 7 rec centers.
7 rec centers?
Yes.
Okay. And there are, how are they distributed throughout?
We have 2 on the, we have a total of 4 on the south side of the city and 3 on the north side of the city.
That would be Cherokee, Marquette, Wool,
Booter, and 12th and Park.
Okay.
It's on the south.
Okay.
And on the north side, it is Woles, Tandy, and Gamble.
Okay, okay. Do we have any rec centers that are not in commission, that are, no? Okay.
No, we do not.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Director.
Thank you, Joaquina and committee. Next is Alan Jankowski. We're close to the end, but next is Alan Jankowski, Forestry Division. And if your computer messes up, you got the book.
Oh, okay, great. Hello, my name's Alan Jankowski, Commissioner of Forestry. My budget is on page 115 or 16. Let's see here. I think it starts on 116. So you can see I asked for, it was like, we asked for 13,500,000. We were allocated 10,600,000. There was a lot of, there was 19 positions we asked for to, we have some CDA money that was buying us some loaders and equipment to haul away debris from our vacant building, vacant lot. And that equipment, we're keeping our fingers crossed, it's not in yet, but we're hoping by the end of this year it will be in. So that was kind of mainly why that salaries are so off there on what we requested and what we received. And then if you want to kind of scroll down to per performance employees, 5112, you can see we had a decrease there from 1,400,000 to 600,000. The past year, we were able to hire 20 seasonal staff. This year, we've been able to double that, so we're up to 43 individuals right now, and we're kind of holding still at that. Okay. But that number is kind of offset if you go down to the second page on 117. You look under professional service 566. You see that we were allocated 250,000 last year, and this year we're given 1.5 million, and that was to kind of offset some of our labor that we couldn't hire, and it's contractors that we have out there cutting vacant building, vacant lots. So we're all in all, we're pretty happy. We were increase of 400,000 for cutting our vacant properties.
Okay.
And let me look here. Thought there was something else. I think that was the main issues there we had with our budget.
Great. Commissioner, can you just talk about that $8 million grant?
Yeah.
To congratulate you on that and the folks involved. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a three-year program, correct?
Correct. It's a 5-year program where we got $8 million to cut down hazardous trees, trim hazardous trees, and then every tree we remove, we're going to replace 2 to 1 in those, hopefully in the same yards, if not within that, on that same street. And then not only we're going to plant those trees, but we have funding to care for those trees for 3 years beyond just planting. So structural pruning, mulching, and watering. Okay. So forestry, we plant a tree and we ask our residents to go and water trees. And this will help care for those trees.
And that's not part of this budget, is that correct?
No, it's on a separate page here. No, it's not on here at all. Yep.
Okay.
It's still being introduced, I think, to the Board of Aldermen, so we can accept that money from the federal government.
And is that going to be, are those going to be city employees that are doing that work, or are we going to contract that out?
It'll be contracted out.
Okay. All right. I'll turn it over to the committee for questions. Alderwoman Boyd, I saw hop back online, and Alderwoman Boyd.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any questions for Commissioner Jankowski?
No, I don't have any questions because I kind of feel like Alan is my sidekick. So we kind of talk on a regular 2 or 3 times a week. So thank you, Alan, for what you all are trying to accomplish. And I just hope we get enough manpower so you can do the work that you need to do.
Thank you. Yeah.
This whole time I thought I was your sidekick, Alderwoman.
Sorry.
I got
No,
bumped.
it's me, not you.
Alderwoman Velazquez.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Jankowski. We don't talk quite as frequently, but I know that our office emails your office and Tracy at least once a week. So just wanted to, it's good to hear that the staffing levels are up for seasonal workers. And it's also great to hear that we've got the grant. So congratulations. And so my question is just general, but just for the staffing as far as like the administrative piece, right? How are you all doing there?
With administration? For,
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that, like, I mean, obviously, you've got people coming and trimming trees and whatnot and out in the field or on the streets, I guess. But just, is the volume, just like, for instance, I know that we send a lot of requests and your staff is great about answering them, but I'm just curious if with the increase in the work outside in the field, if you feel like you're staffed adequately with the more administrative part of it, like.
Sure. I feel like on our administration side, like in the office, we're set pretty well. Even on our weed control side, we're up, like I said, 20 seasonal staff from last year. But on our tree section side, we're really struggling with our tree trimmers and continue to struggle hiring tree trimmers, and not just tree trimmers, but experienced tree trimmers. We really struggle.
Okay, great. Well, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yeah, and we're hoping that grant will come help us offset some of that tree work out there. So, and we do have that $1.1 million that we have a contractor out there removing trees. But yeah, if you know of any tree trimmers, please send them our way.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Saunier.
Thank you. Hello. Same thing. Just thank you. I know I do talk to you, maybe not as frequently as I speak to Commissioner Hagley, but I do speak to you quite often. And trees are a new area of expertise for me because the folks of the 7th Ward really like their trees. So I've learned a lot about native trees and non-native trees and the importance of planting season and all these new things. In your office, actually, I reached out because I started to get emails and questions from constituents. And I'm like, well, I could go to Google, or I could go to people in the city who do the work every day and see what knowledge they have and how we choose things. And you were very responsive. You explained everything to me, including like the logic and some of the decisions, the hard decisions that we have to make with our trees and forestry because of staffing. You want to make sure that we don't just plant trees, but that they are able to be sustained. So I just really appreciate you for being so responsive and like offering up education and never making it seem like I had a silly question, even though I'm sure I had a few who are much more of an expert in those areas. I am glad to see the staffing improvements that it looks like we're at least moving into the right direction. I do find it interesting, some of the things that you requested versus, some of the things that were not granted. But I hope that since you got a majority maybe of what you asked for, that it does work and helps you to get where you need to go. And just would thank you for your service to our city.
No, thank you. Yeah, we're moving in the right direction, I feel.
Alderman Aldrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Just echo a lot of the sentiments of my colleague. I appreciate you, Commissioner Allen. Also, when it's issues or things that are going on in the ward, I know when we had like the Go Marathon and we had a lot of people coming through the community, just need a little TLC over there off St. Louis Avenue. You was very responsive and got back to that and addressed that situation. So thank you. And it sounds like you're already taking as somebody's sidekick. So I will take Commissioner Kim as my sidekick. So
Sounds good.
We'll be Batman and Robin over in the 14th as I take her. But thank you for all the great work you do.
Thank you.
Excellent. All right, Director. Who have we got up next?
Should I mention that? For me? Grapple saw. See anything about that? Should I?
Oh, feel free.
I just wanted to mention, we did order a grapple saw. It's a Cinnabogan, I think. It's a grapple saw, so it grabs a limb and it has a saw that takes off. You could take off like a 20, 30 piece of a tree. And we asked for 2 construction equipment operators to run that highly sophisticated piece of equipment, and we were granted those positions. So we can get some qualified people in that highly sophisticated piece of machine and help us take down, our goal is to get like 20, 25 trees down with this machine a week, or even a day, sorry. So I do appreciate that, and the budget division giving us those 2 positions. Thank you.
That's great, Commissioner. We are all intimately familiar with grapple saws. I'm picturing one right now. I have no idea what it looks like. So if you'd like to send us a picture of this grapple saw, I'm sure.
Yeah, and what's comical there is, well, that's comical, but you're welcome to see a demo. We'd be happy to have the committee out to see a demo. It's safe to assume that you'll be flabbergasted to see how quickly and how large diameter tree comes down with a skilled operator.
Nice.
So Alan, maybe we do a demo with the Cinnabogans, excuse me. Next,
Wait, I've got a few in my ward you could take down.
we'd be happy to
Got 'em
take
on.
any tree down in need. Mary Lou Green, Operation Brightside, as I said, her fiscal year is calendar, and then we'll wrap up with a quick discussion with Bob Ray and myself, if you will.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Having trouble with the mic. I'm Mary Lou Green. I'm with Operation Brightside, and our budget is on 123 and 124. As Greg has mentioned, Brightside is funded through CDA, not the general revenue. This year, it was a combination of ARPA funds and CDBG funds. We're requesting for next year $435,000 for in CDBG funds, and we have 4 part-time staff that remove graffiti, and we have 3 full-time staff, and then we provide, or that funding also covers the cost of providing the supplies for the graffiti removal program.
Okay. And so just for everyone's knowledge, Brightside is just doing graffiti removal. Not just, but that is the primary function of Brightside.
It's the primary fundings, the primary use of the funds from CDBG. And then we provide tools and trash bags for neighborhood groups that are cleaning up their neighborhood. We provide plant material every spring for people who want to beautify public spaces in their neighborhood. We have a program called Neighbors Naturescaping, and through this program, community groups can request native perennials, grasses, shrubs, and trees so they can improve public spaces and create kind of gathering spaces in their community. We also do the outreach and education for recycling. So we try and teach people to recycle responsibly and give them the tools that the knowledge that they need to reduce contamination so that more of our recycling can actually be recycled. And that's a responsibility that we have. And we go to community events, we go to schools to do presentations, neighborhood meetings. And then at the corner of Kings Highway and Vandeventer, we have our demonstration garden, which includes sustainable practices and then Missouri native plants so that anybody can come and learn about Missouri native plants and what they might want to put at their own home or in their neighborhood garden.
Okay, that's great. I'll turn it over to the committee for questions, starting with Alderwoman Boyd.
Okay, I don't have any questions. And this is my sister by another mother, so you all can't claim her either. And so I do know the work that Operation Brightside does, and they have been doing phenomenal work. Ironically, I think I might be telling my age. I was one of the first people that worked with the Brightside Blitz. So thank you, Mary Lou, and your staff, and thank everybody for staying afloat and keeping us going in our city.
Thank you so much.
Alderwoman Velazquez.
I have no questions. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Saunier.
I might need a point of order. I just wanted to say hello. Yes, I did. Want to say hello and just thank you again for your service, and also say that I really like your.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Alderman Aldrich.
Hi. Also want to say thank you for all the great work that you do. Appreciate you. I know I have to step out, Madam Chair, but just in case if I miss it, I also want to give credit to Mr. Bob Ray. And I know we'll be maybe highlighting some of the work that happens in Soulard Market, which is under this department. Soulard is a gym, is in your ward, Alderwoman, but it's a gym in the city. I remember when I was a state rep, Mr. Ray allowed me and other reps to tour the facility. It's a beautiful facility inside and out. And to even know that there was a gym kind of at the top was really cool to be able to see it. So since Alderwoman Boyd keep taking people, I'll do the same, and I'll make Bob Ray my brother from another mother. And thank you for the work, and also thank you, Bob Ray, for the work you do.
Thank you. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks. Okay, no, your work with Brightside is so important, and the outreach that you all are doing with neighborhood associations out is really, really helpful. And, just to be, in case my colleagues don't realize, you can tune in and get those resources for neighborhood cleanups. It's so valuable to be able to offer those, and we're very, very grateful.
Wonderful. Thank
Great.
you.
Okay. And with that, we can invite Alderman Aldrich's brother, Bob Ray, up to the podium.
It's always great to have some levity in the room, for sure. So
We've been here since 4 a.m.
I'm
so,
sure fatigue has
yes.
set in, for sure.
Just
So
about.
I want to introduce, I'll just make a couple comments. Soulard Market is an iconic destination in our humble opinion, and we think it's shared by the committee as well. We're pretty static with the budget. We get rents from the Grand Hall, from the daily vendors, and from the other vendors who sell their products there. A lot of inexpensive products, which is great for the community. Bob, this is his first committee meeting, but he can share a few things about vendor composition, that he's done some tracking. He can tell you what our occupancy rate is now. And Bob, just feel free to answer any questions.
Bob, welcome to the Board of Aldermen.
Thank you. And I'm not the primary architect of my budget, but I try to work with it. We'll put it that way. I've only been
I'm sorry, Mr. Bob. Could you introduce yourself first and last name for me?
I'm sorry. My name is Bob Ray. I manage the Soulard Farmers Market. Apologize. So Soulard Market has been, farmers have been selling produce there since the legend is 1779. The current building was completed in 1938 or 1928, which makes it almost 100 years old. It's an open air market with a grand hall in the center. We are open Wednesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We have generational vendors that have been there for 4, sometimes 5 generations. But more than anything else, the market is a place for people that want to start a small business to do so without the regular costs that starting a business would have if you wanted to start in a brick and mortar building or something like that. So we have about 100 vendors at Soulard Market. Of those vendors, about 56% are people of color and 52% are women. We have everything from produce to people that create their own clothes to people that create their own soaps and jewelry and whatever else. And at the end of the day, on Saturdays, we have about 10,000 people that come through Soulard. So we have an established customer base that people can try out their products with and build up a clientele list and hopefully move on and start their own business like Lona's Little Eats or Freddie Lee's Ghetto Sauce, which is now in over 1,200 stores around the state and even out of state. We've got our challenges too with an old building and a small staff, but we make it work every week. And that's the general breakdown of it. Does anybody have any questions?
Yep, thanks, Bob. I mean, just real quickly, I mean, it looks like your budget, you've got a budget of $362,000 proposed compared to a request of $500,000. The biggest item I see that wasn't funded is the facility and ground services. Is that right?
Yeah, I think so, but is that trash? I think I know
Yeah,
what that is.
so, yeah, as Bob stated, we did the budget and he's familiar with it, but he didn't do the budget. So yes, we always have problems come up at Soulard, and we need the funding to fix them. Electrical, plumbing, anything you can imagine. Tarps are a bad example. That's vendor responsibility for the most part.
The bathrooms get damaged.
Yes.
All kinds of things I've emailed you about over the years.
So we felt compelled to put a larger figure in there, and we didn't get the larger figure, so let's just hope more incessant problems. Let's hope the incessant problems dissipate, so to speak, but we feel there's going to be needs, and we have to fund the repairs.
Okay. Well, and hopefully with the capital investments, the funds that's allocated through those funds, we can address some of those. I share your excitement. Now, many people don't realize that the Soulard Market is open beyond Saturdays. Friday's my favorite day. A little lower traffic, but certainly most of the farmers are there for that. So we appreciate your work there.
Thank you. HVAC work is going on right now or coming up within the next week, and a lot of boiler work has been done. Those are ancient boilers.
Yeah, those would be neat to see come out. Okay, thank you. Director, do we have anybody else from your team that we're going to be presenting here today? I have to say this was a record. Because typically speaking, we have been taking a lot longer. You all are serving our city very well. We thank you for your service. And if there's anything we're grateful to see the requested budgets largely equal the proposed budgets. And so we're doing our job. And with that, I see my Vice Chair, Alderwoman Boyd, has just follow-up. I'll recognize her, and then we can turn it over perhaps to the Circuit Attorney's Office. Alderwoman Boyd, you're recognized.
I just wanted to thank Greg Hayes because he has held in and fought for us and made things happen. Kim Hagler, we had an incident. I heard the chair talk about the damage that's done to bathrooms. And so Kim Hagley, she really jumped above and beyond to help us in some issues that we had when we had our parks. Restrooms broke in and they stole all the piping. So without you guys, we probably would be in a worse predicament than we are in now. But I thank all of you all for hanging in there and staying. Greg, I've been knowing you since you was a little puppy. So, we old hens now, huh? So thank you all very much for your hard work and your commitment to us.
Well, thanks for the kind words. And my last thing I'll say is thanks to the committee, Chairwoman Spencer, everyone. We're a phone call, a text, or an email away, and we're going to give it our best shot in doing what you need us to help you do. So please feel free to communicate whenever you need us. So I thank you.
Thank you, Director. Okay, it looks like our circuit attorney's here. We could start a little bit early if you'd like, just to move along, or we can wait until 1:30. Ready to go? Okay, and just to refresh your memory, during our budget process, so what we'll do, Circuit Attorney Gore will have you come up to the podium, introduce anybody from your staff you'd like to have with you. Don't forget to, if you don't mind, just speak into the microphone for the folks that are tuning in remotely. And that's the budget book for anybody presenting. And what we'll do is just have you go over just briefly your department, just to remind everybody what you do, the responsibilities under you, and then we'll go through your budget. And our goal here is to make sure you have everything you need to operate your department in the most optimal way possible. So
how long do I have to present?
You can present as long as you'd like. Alderwoman Sonia is leaving at 5 p.m. I'm kidding.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
You are welcome to. Like I said, we've been here since 4 a.m. I'm kidding. It was 9. We got here at 9. That's not big.
Are we ready to go?
We are ready to go.
Am I into the microphone?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here. So here with me from my office today is Colin. He's going to help us with the IT work here. We have Jeff Jameson, who's my co-chief of staff. Jane Darce, who is former first assistant for Jennifer Joyce and has been pro bono helping us out at the circuit attorney's office. Her assistance has been invaluable throughout this first year. Also with me is Christy Bertelson, my PIO, and Ella Weiss, who's an intern in our office this summer. So she's a freshman at George Washington University.
Excellent. And you, of course, are?
I am Gabe Gore, circuit attorney for the city of St. Louis, appointed this past year on May 30th.
Thank you. Okay, and just for everyone's knowledge, your budget starts on page 136. I believe. Could be wrong. 141. 141. Oh, excuse me, Circuit Court, 141. Thank you.
Okay, well, I will just kind of quickly run through what we have been up to this year and explain why we asked for what we asked for in our budget. If we can begin the presentation. Are we projecting up there? Are they sharing over there?
Okay.
Ah, there it is. There was a similar issue last time. I think you need to coordinate with one of these people. Are we good now? All right, let's go. All right, first, just to state our mission is to pursue justice, to achieve a higher level of public safety for the St. Louis community. At the end of the day, that is the focus of our work. My vision for our office is that we become one of the highest performing prosecuting attorney offices in the country. That is a goal that I believe is totally achievable given the resources we have here in St. Louis in terms of some great law schools, Washington University and St. Louis University, from which to recruit and staff our offices. And also just really a resource that I was unaware of at the time I was appointed, but have become aware of, which is just really the tremendous dedication to the circuit attorney's office among members of the bar who begin their career in the circuit attorney's office, and just the spectacular just tradition of the circuit attorney's office is a resource that I think really positions us to be one of the highest performing prosecuting attorneys' offices in the country. So when I was appointed, kind of sat down and thought about, what do we need to do to get the office back on track? And, when I was appointed in May of 2023, when I was on the outside looking in, what I was seeing was a circuit attorney's office that had really collapsed and had really ceased to perform its vital role in the St. Louis City criminal justice system. And it caused me to ponder something that I never thought I would have to ponder, which is whether or not we were in a state of lawlessness because the circuit attorney's office was not in a position to hold people accountable for violating the criminal laws. So in order to address that, I knew that, like all organizations, everything starts with leadership. So I knew I would have to build a very strong senior leadership team I knew that we were going to have a lot of work to do to repair our relationship with St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department and with the community. And obviously, I knew we were going to have to address the issues of the backlogs that existed in the office at the time that I was appointed, as well as work to establish a culture of excellence. So those are the things I was focused on. And in the first instance, I was very fortunate that there was really a overwhelming response in terms of people willing to come back and serve with me in the circuit attorney's office. If you look at the senior leadership team we've established, we have, right away, my first hire was Marvin Tier, joined me as Chief Trial Assistant. Shortly after that, Steve Capizzi joined me as Chief Warrant Officer, and Mary Pat Powell joined me as the Chief of Homicide. They have obviously been hugely critical in terms of rebuilding our office and really reestablishing the Circuit Attorney's Office's role in the St. Louis criminal justice system. Was very fortunate this past fall to add former Supreme Court Justice George Draper to our senior leadership team. He joined us as Chief of Training and agreed to also take on the role of the head of our Conviction Integrity Unit. In addition to that strong senior leadership team, we've added 33 other attorneys. And I think our current number of attorneys sits at 45 and a half. The half is an attorney who has agreed to come back and work part-time in the warrant office. So we're currently at 45. The 33 includes 7 attorneys I've hired who are just graduating law school. They're going to be starting with us in the fall. And so I'm very hopeful that when those 7 attorneys join our staff in the fall, we will move over 50. As you will see as we get into our budget, what we are ultimately going to need to manage our caseloads is a staff of attorneys somewhere in the neighborhood of 60. Our current budget, we asked for 58 and a half because that's what we think we can hit this year, but long-term, certainly we're going to need 60 attorneys at least to be able to cover our dockets. Of the attorneys that we've hired, I am pleased to say that we've compromised on our standards, not at all. Really, we've hired very, very high-level attorneys. 20 of them were former prosecutors. Collectively, they have 130 years of combined experience, and that represents hundreds and hundreds of trials and a lot of experience handling the most serious cases that we see. Next slide. Here's a rundown of who we've hired. In addition to attorneys, and this probably hasn't been emphasized enough, in addition to attorneys, we've hired, I think by my count, about 26 support staff. And again, the support staff, like the attorneys, a lot of returning experienced support staff in the Circuit Attorney's Office, returning because of their really love for the office and their dedication to doing this important work for the community. There we'll see in the diversion division, we've hired 4 caseworkers, 3 of whom are trained social workers, 1 of whom is an attorney who has a deep background in public service. And then, of course, in diversion, we also have a director of diversion who is an experienced drug court prosecutor under the Jennifer Joyce administration. If we can go to the next slide. In terms of rebuilding relationships, we knew that we were going to have a relationship of professionalism and mutual respect with the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. Starting on the first day I was appointed, I began building that relationship with Chief Tracy. We have a good working relationship. We can call each other up and discuss issues at any time. about how our offices can work together more effectively. We meet regularly and talk about ways that we can be more effective. So that's been a very positive relationship. But more important than the relationship between me and Chief Tracy has been the relationship that has been reestablished between our office at all levels. And probably the biggest example of that would be the reopening of the Warren office and the reestablishment of that day-to-day engagement between our assistant circuit attorneys and the police officers who are out there every day making arrests and putting cases together. And that day-to-day interaction and work between our offices has really made us more effective at achieving our ultimate goal, which is increasing public safety for the citizens of St. Louis. Next slide. Community engagement. There was a lot of loss of trust with the community when I was appointed circuit attorney, and I knew that that was something we were going to need to start being involved in right away. By the end of this month, we will be at 85 community engagement meetings. That's a process I started very early in my administration because I knew that we needed to rebuild that relationship with the community, that relationship of trust, that relationship of respect for our office, and establishing the integrity of our office in the community. So a lot of listening, a lot of engagement, and it's been very effective. So we look forward to continuing that throughout my administration. A big part of our community engagement is we're excited about, I guess, in May of this year, we launched our website. The website, when I got there, was pretty dated, was not functioning well at all. Frequently, if you tried to get to our website, you'd get an error message. So we launched a new, more interactive website on May 1st. And in today's world, obviously, your website and your presence online is a big way in which you can engage with the community. So very excited about the fact that we've got that website off the ground. So what is the work that we've been focused on? My focus when I was appointed was to aggressively prosecute violent crime. So that's where the majority of our focus has been. When I was appointed, there were 250 homicides pending in our office. You ask how that compares to historical standards. Typically, you'd have 100 to 115 homicides pending at any given time. So we were looking at a significant backlog on homicides, and we began pursuing those cases aggressively. We've prosecuted or closed out 70 homicides in my first year in office, and people who aren't familiar with such numbers, I'll just tell you that that's a lot of homicide cases to have resolved and closed out in 1 year. But even with all that work, we still have a pending homicide caseload of 224 homicides. So what that reflects is that even though we resolved 70, we're indicting homicides at a higher rate. And in addition to that, there were 30 cases that the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department brought to us and said these were cases that we had previously submitted for review under the prior administration. And we want you to take a second look at these because we believe we have the evidence here to make a homicide case, and we've agreed to do that. So that's another example of the benefits to the community of that increased collaboration and cooperation between our office and the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, but it also shows you why our homicide case backlog is not decreasing more rapidly. Really something that I hadn't focused on at the time we submitted our, and I focused more on now, is that I was well aware of our homicide backlog, and that's where I was focusing my energies. But more recently, it's become clear to me that, and I guess it shouldn't have been a surprise to me, but it turns out that we have roughly double the cases pending in all of our units. So that means in violent crime, we have roughly double the cases pending than we typically have. In general felonies, we have roughly double the cases pending than we typically have. and Special Victims Unit. We have roughly double the cases that we typically have. So what that means is that where we are currently is that with 45 attorneys, we're handling a caseload that's roughly double what has been historically the case in the circuit attorney's office. So if you go back to the Jennifer Joyce administration during that time period, based on public reports, the attorney count was in the neighborhood of somewhere between 55 and 60 attorneys. And we are at 45 and we're handling twice the case. So that is what we are trying to manage. Next slide. So I talked about my focus on aggressively prosecuting violent crime. When I was appointed, the first thing we did was focus on the warrant office backlog. It was a situation where there had been 6,700 warrants for applications for warrants submitted to the office that simply had not been reviewed, and we knew those existed. Actually, at the time I was appointed, I was told that it was 4,500. As we got into it and looked closely, we came to realize that it was closer to 6,700. In those 6,700 cases that were pending, there was 9 homicides that had not been reviewed. In addition, there were hundreds and hundreds of violent felonies that had not been reviewed. We're talking about assault first, rapes, robberies that simply had not been reviewed. So in focusing on violent crime, initially what we did was we focused on getting those most serious felonies reviewed and resolved. And what we found when we did that is we found that in a number of instances you had repeat offenders there. You had people who had committed a robbery 1 month, they had been arrested, the case had been submitted to the warrant office, 24 hours passed, no charging decision was made, that person was released. They went back out and they reoffended, they committed another robbery. So we saw a number of instances of that, and that's just really a stark demonstration of what happens when you don't have an effective circuit attorney's office. It has a devastating effect on public safety. Can we look at the next slide? You know, very fortunate, and we've been able to make it through this first year largely because of the help from our friends in the community, in particular the legal community and neighboring prosecutors. When I was appointed, at that time, Wesley Bell agreed to send down 3 to 4 attorneys every day from St. Louis County to assist our office. So they were actually there reporting to my supervisors, doing the work that we needed to do to keep the office moving along. U.S. Attorney Saylor Fleming agreed that her staff would take on 20 homicides. She has a lot of very experienced circuit attorneys, state court prosecutors in her office who came out of the circuit attorney's office. And we were very fortunate to have them come on and take 20 homicides and assist us with that homicide backlog. And of course, homicides are the most time-consuming cases that require the focus of your most experienced attorneys. And we were also very fortunate to have former circuit attorneys, experienced homicide prosecutors who were at private law firms, step up and say, we'll take cases. So we had private attorneys step up and say, I'll take 10 homicides. So that gave us another 30 homicides that were covered by outside attorneys. You know, we knew that assistance wasn't going to last forever. We're now nearing the end of our first year, and we've been, St. Louis County pulled their attorneys back after 4 or 5 months once we got our staffing levels up. The U.S. Attorney's Office recently informed me that they aren't going to continue taking homicide cases from us, so they're going to do their 20 and be done. And, as anticipated, the private law firm attorneys got to get back to their work of billing hours and handling their matters for private clients. So that's also going to end for us. So all that says is what we've always known, which is we're a circuit attorney's office for the city of St. Louis, and we're going to have to stand on our own and be able to manage our dockets without the assistance of other offices. It's great that they were able to step up in the short term and help us, but we're building for the long term to be able to handle our dockets independently. So that's where we are. That's what we're building towards. If you look at the cases that were handled, the 20 homicides that were being handled by the U.S. Attorney's Office and the 30 homicides that were being handled out in the private sector, that's 50 homicides that they were handling. So that's roughly the caseload of one homicide prosecutor that we have to replace this year, right now. If we could take a look at the next slide. This again shows what we've been focusing on in terms of handling our cases. I think it's very important to recognize that not only have we been working on the backlog of cases pending in the Warren office that were unreviewed under the prior administration, we've also focused our efforts on making sure that we are timely reviewing all of the applications for warrants that are submitted. And except in very rare cases, we are making those charging decisions within 24 hours. And timely charging decisions is incredibly important to achieving the level of public safety that we all want. Other things we've been focused on is we all know about the epidemic of reckless driving in St. Louis. We've been focused on aggressively prosecuting those cases. We prosecuted the Daniel Riley case this year, which resulted in the tragic injuries to Janae Edmondson. In addition to that, we are prosecuting car thefts, burglaries, tamperings, and those property crimes are down because we're holding people accountable for committing those crimes. So that focus, again, is enhancing public safety and the quality of life for the citizens of St. Louis. Let's take a look at the next slide. In addition to the aggressive prosecution of violent crime, a big focus for my office has been on really reestablishing, rebuilding the diversion office. When I was appointed, the diversion office was not functioning at a high level. There were approximately 40 participants in the diversion program. Those participants were not receiving much monitoring or much assistance in terms of tying them to the services they need to turn their lives around. That's something that we are very focused on. We are in the process of launching our diversion program, and it's starting to get up and running. As it becomes more fully functional, we anticipate that we're going to be serving initially 125 to 150 people, but ultimately we see doing something much more impactful to that, over 250 people. What we're doing is, like I said, the day I was appointed, there was not a single social worker in the Circuit Attorney's office. We've now hired 3 trained social workers. They're handling our caseloads. They're going to be working with participants in our diversion program, connecting them to services and helping them turn things around. And here we have a list of some of the different community partners we're going to be working with in terms of connecting our diversion participants to those services. And I think another important thing to emphasize about our diversion program is the diversion program that existed when I got there was a post-plea program. That means that a person had to plead guilty, go through the criminal justice system, and if they successfully completed the program, the conviction would be dismissed. Under our program, we're doing a lot of our cases pre-plea, meaning that someone never even has to be engaged with the criminal justice system and will not have that anywhere on their record. So very excited about what we're doing in diversion. It's going to have a huge impact for the community. If you think about what the impact is of just taking one person who is maybe on a path towards being someone who's habitually involved with the criminal justice system and redirecting them, you think about the economic impact of just even one of those. You think about the economic impact of doing that multiple times. You think about the impact that's going to have for families and the impact that's going to have for the community. It really is an important thing, which is why we are devoting a really unprecedented amount of resources to it. Our diversion unit is 2 attorneys and 3 social workers. A 5-person diversion unit is the biggest diversion unit that's ever existed in the Circuit Attorney's office, and I think that's going to pay big dividends for the city. Diversion is important to us because, one, it communicates to the community that we are not only a law enforcement agency, but we are someone who is a member of the community, and we share the community's desire to give people a second chance and give them a chance to get their lives on the right path. Diversion program is important because it works. It's been proven nationwide in well-functioning prosecuting attorneys' offices that diversion is very effective. St. Louis County has a very effective diversion program, and we've been working closely with modeling our program and a lot of the things that they've done, but also making some tweaks that are designed to uniquely address the issues in the city of St. Louis. And finally, diversion is an important part of our effort to aggressively prosecute violent crime because it permits us to focus our resource on those few violent criminals who we know commit the large majority of the violent crime in the city of St. Louis. Next slide. We've reestablished the Conviction Integrity Unit. Again, when I got into the office, there was no Conviction Integrity Unit. So we've reestablished that initially. Judge Draper is serving as the head of it. Just last week, I was in court on the Christopher Dunn case, seeking to vacate a conviction that we believe was a wrongful conviction, and that case has been submitted for the court's review, and we're awaiting the results of that. In fact, I just reviewed the brief that we're going to file today on a post-trial briefing on that case, so we hope that in the near future, Mr. Christopher Dunn will be a free man. So conviction integrity is an important part of what we do, obviously. Again, I view it as really just number one, the right thing to do, but it also sends a message to the community that we understand that the criminal justice system is not infallible, that we are willing to take a hard look at ourselves and our prosecutions, and where missteps were made or where injustices occurred, we're going to seek to correct that. I think that's also important because it sends the message to the community that we are a law enforcement agency, a prosecuting attorney's office that has a high level of integrity, justice system that people can place their trust in and know operates with a high integrity, actually increases public safety because it increases the likelihood that people will engage with the criminal justice system rather than trying to take things into their own hands. It's well established that in communities where you have people who really believe in the criminal justice system and believes that it's fair, you have a higher level of public safety. Next slide. Again, the big challenges we have ahead are managing our caseloads, which are basically double what they have historically been. As I stand here before you today, don't really know how we're going to go about accomplishing that, but I do know that we're going to need increased staffing levels in attorneys and support staff. The budget that we submitted asked for 6 additional attorney positions and 6 additional support staff positions. We've got 5 of the attorneys positions have already been included in our budget, and of the support staff positions, I think we got all of them except for 5. So we didn't get 1 attorney position, we didn't get 1 support staff position. Now, the budget we submitted really was kind of a bare minimum budget of what I thought we would need to move the office forward effectively, what I thought would be necessary to continue to have a circuit attorney's office that could meet its obligations in the courts and not take a step backwards to where we're once again in a situation where the regular reports are that the circuit attorney's office is unable to meet the obligations of the court and its obligations to the community. So that was the budget we submitted. At the time I submitted that budget, as I spoke about, I hadn't really focused on the fact that we were dealing with across the board 100% increase in caseloads. I had not factored in the fact that we were going to effectively lose a homicide prosecutor in terms of the U.S. Attorney's Office not continuing to take cases from us, homicides from us to handle. So those are things that weren't considered when I submitted the budget. And as it was submitted, it was intended to be a budget that really sought to efficiently operate the office. If you take a look at what we haven't gotten, if you take a look at the next slide. Now, what is in our budget? I should say this. In our initial budget, the initial budget we received did not include two positions that are vital to our office. It didn't include a position for a HR specialist, which I had hired an HR specialist. When you add, nearly 60 people in less than a year, you need an HR person to manage that. So we have one HR person, and that was in our initial budget. We didn't get it, but the mayor's office worked with us and made sure that we got that position, so we are thankful for that. We're also thankful for the mayor's office working with us and making sure that we got our PIO position, because I also have hired a PIO who wasn't included in our initial budget, and I didn't want to have to fire Christy. So I'm really glad that the mayor's office worked with us and put our PIO position into our budget. And the PIO position is obviously critical in terms of transparency, establishing a relationship with the community. And I have really worked hard to have a circuit attorney's office that is completely transparent. We are the people's office. Everything we do, except for things that are priority, of course, on independent cases. We really want to operate in a very transparent manner, and obviously having a public information officer is critical to that. If you look at the positions we didn't get, it amounts to, by our calculations, about $538,000. But these positions are critical. So if we look at it, with the one attorney position we didn't get, it's an attorney 3 position for a conviction integrity unit attorney. Currently, we have no conviction integrity unit attorney. Judge Draper was hired to be our chief of training, which is a full-time job, and I kind of dropped it on him that I wanted him to do twice the work for the same pay and be head of our conviction integrity unit as well. So we really need an independent attorney dedicated to conviction integrity if we're really going to have a conviction integrity program that's effective. We didn't get a paralegal position. Obviously, if you're adding attorneys, you got to add paralegals to support them. You guys may recall the media reports about failures to produce discovery, failures to meet court obligations in terms of the discovery we have to produce to defense counsel. When you see those types of situations, it's because attorneys didn't have the support staff necessary to make those kind of things happen. We have rebuilt that, but as we add attorneys, we got to continue to rebuild that, or we're going to find ourselves back in the exact same situation. We are looking to add a couple of computer operators. When I got to the circuit attorney's office within the first week or so, I thought to myself, it seems like our IT system is in pretty bad shape, and I'm feeling like maybe it's going to collapse at any day. I had some IT experts pro bono volunteer to come in and do an analysis of the circuit attorney's IT system, and what they said to me is, we're not going to call it an IT system because it's not. And they said, you're right to be very concerned that it may be near complete collapse. They told me that for a IT operation like ours with 125 employees, that in the private sector, you'd expect to have 8 computer operators. We had 2, and so we're looking to add 2 additional computer operators. The last 2 support staff positions we didn't get are the crime analyst data positions. So under Jennifer Joyce, I believe that they had 4 people in their kind of crime analyst, chief data group, and we have 0. So right now in my office, we have no one who is able to create data or monitor things for us on a regular basis. I got a call this week from Adolphus Pruitt at the NAACP telling me that he wanted to look into some issues relating to graduation rates and violent felony defendants, and me and him were talking about it, and I told him, I said, I can try to direct you to where I think that information might exist, but I know it's not in our office because we don't have a data person. We don't have a data person. You may recall that the Post-Dispatch ran an article in September showing that in the first 3 months of our administration, the indictment rate was up 45%. That was news to us because I don't have anybody who's monitoring those kind of things. Obviously, in this day and age, to not have data-driven prosecution is irresponsible. So those are positions that are going to be vital to our work and positions that we need. So there's nothing here that we're asking for that is excessive or unnecessary. And it's really the bare minimum we need to get our work done effectively. Next slide. And of course, like I said, our focus is enhancing public safety for the city of St. Louis. Obviously, that is vitally important to the victims of crime, but it's also important to upholding and respecting the rights of criminal defendants. I have to tell you that I've gotten a lot of compliments from the criminal defense bar who are complimentary of the fact that our office is now operating more efficiently and that they feel like the criminal defendants are being accorded the constitutional guarantees that they're entitled to. And investment in the circuit attorney's office is an investment in public safety, and an investment in public safety is an investment in every business in the city of St. Louis. Can't tell you how many business leaders I've met with who tell me that they can feel the difference in downtown based on our work and our work in conjunction with the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. Also, I can tell you that I've met with a number of developers this summer who told me that whether or not they were going to pursue developments depended for them in a large part on whether or not we were going to have stability in the circuit attorney's office. So investment in the circuit attorney's office is good for the city of St. Louis and improves the quality of life for all city residents. Next slide. Again, here this year asking that you support my budget, which includes 58.5 attorneys and an addition of a number of support staff positions. Long term, if we're going to have one of the highest performing prosecuting attorneys' offices in the country, we will require ongoing investment in our office and people. We're going to need to have competitive compensation. We're going to need to invest in training, and we're going to need to invest in technology. Those are our lifeblood of any prosecuting attorney's office. And if we want to have an effective, high-performing prosecuting attorney's office, we're going to need investment in those things. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Circuit Attorney. We were just kind of confirming here, looking through your schedule. If you could go back to the slide, I think it was 3 back, that had the requested positions that were not filled. First of all, I want to say thank you for your service. I mean, and for all your staff and the work that you're doing to rebuild trust in our criminal justice system. It's phenomenal. We've mentioned this at several community meetings, but I think your presence in the community has made a big difference. Certainly the work you're doing is absolutely across the board, very, very well appreciated, and we're grateful for that. We here, our job is to figure out what in the budget is not covered. If we could go back to that slide, we want to better understand where that is. Something that is also important to note here in your budget as proposed, at the very front end of it, in the general fund budget, there is a contingency or an adjustment of $1 million for salary adjustments and salary savings reduction of $250,000, $250,000. Those are presumably for positions you're assuming won't get filled. So the reason I'm pointing that out is because your proposed budget does, I mean, we're going to have to be budgeting to fully staff your department moving forward.
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we're aware that this is already contemplating some vacancies, but.
Yeah. So I understand that our budget is what's currently approved contemplates that we're not going to be at 58 and a half attorneys for the entire budget year.
Right.
And I think that's accurate, but, you know, I'm not sure how they did their projections, but I can tell you this. What I anticipate is that we're going to probably be at 47 or 48 through the summer. And come October 1st, assuming we don't experience, assuming our levels of attrition remain what they are, I think we're going to be at 52 to 54 attorneys come October. So I don't know if they projected that, and my hope would be that come next June, we would be at fully staffed 58. So that's what we're targeting.
Okay, so we've got here in Fund 1116, this staff attorney 3, you've requested 3 and you were allocated 2. And then out of the general fund, Fund 1000, you have 3 positions, the paralegal, computer operations supervisor, and computer operator 2. And then that data person is in Fund 1121 with the crime analyst. Okay, so these are 3 different funds. I see that are missing some staff positions. I hate to ask you to do this, but if you could prioritize, what would you prioritize? You've probably seen recently, you know, the city lost in the earnings tax case. We want to fully fund and fully staff your department, but if you had to prioritize here, what would it be, Circuit Attorney Gore?
If I had to prioritize, I guess I would say let's continue to roll the dice on trying to manage our computer operations with bare bones staff. So I guess that's where we would be. I think that would, like I said, be a risk because if our computer system goes down, our office goes down, and prosecutions and case movement ceases. But that's probably where I would go. I don't think I want to be the only major urban prosecuting attorney's office in the country without any data analysis. I think that's irresponsible.
Okay.
So I don't think I would want to go there. So I think we'd probably do it with the IT people, and we'd probably, quite frankly, try to manage it through purchasing those services from the private sector, which probably will be more costly long term, but in the short term could maybe help us get by. So that's what we would do. I mean, we're always going to try to find a way, but like I said, I really do think we've been fairly lean and efficient here. You know, this is not a situation. I mean, if you think about the situation we're dealing with, it is unprecedented. Mm-hmm. We have twice the work that the office has historically had. And we're rebuilding the office where really all of the systems and operations had really deteriorated pretty badly. So given what we're trying to manage, I do think this is about as lean and efficient of a budget we could put forward. I mean, we're not asking for twice the attorneys to handle twice the cases. We're asking for, 6 additional attorneys and some additional paralegals to manage that. So that's the case law side. And then, the other things are, pretty standard. So the computer, the IT is where I would go because we're functioning right now. We function for most of the year with 2 IT people who, the outside experts who looked at it told me that they didn't understand how they were able to do it, but they were. And we've added an additional person in the IT department very recently. That was Colin, who we moved to IT very recently to handle things for us. But yeah, that's probably what we would do.
Okay, so essentially, the data side of things is where you're in most critical need.
Well, unless you don't consider conviction integrity critical.
I do. right. Yeah, these are all pretty, okay.
And the paralegal, if you're going to have attorneys be effective and they're going to be efficient, and you're going to have attorneys handling huge caseloads, they're going to need a paralegal to support that.
Yeah.
So the paralegals permit, expands the ability of attorneys to handle caseloads that are double what they historically have.
Okay. And we're already below, the proposed budget amount is below what was sort of requested from your office. Can you talk to us? Okay, so we have $500,000 essentially in unfunded positions, but I also understand there are some other capital needs for your office that have not been contemplated in this budget. For example, some of the IT infrastructure, the computers, the technology, so that victims and witnesses and whatnot can have access to the information they need to be part of the process.
Yeah, so where we are now is we were fortunate. Again, we're thankful to the budget office and the mayor's office for working with us on some of our capital needs. And we do have an allocation of $450,000 for capital expenses that we hope, we believe will cover our IT and courtroom technology costs that we've expended. So we're actually confident there that that's going to work out. So we're really just looking at to fund our operations.
Your operations, okay. That's very helpful. I'll turn it over to the committee for questions, starting with Chairwoman Boyd. She's still online. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Velasquez.
Thank you, and thank you, Circuit Attorney Gore, for being here in your presentation. I guess the only question I have, I mean, you described it as taking a risk on the IT infrastructure, and I read the story a couple of days ago about it. I think it's I don't know how we say it here in St. Louis, Francois County, the county. You know which one I'm talking about? I don't know it's like Shoto, I don't know what it, but about losing the records. Did you see that story?
I did not.
Well, their jail lost like 30 years worth of records because of I guess a failure in technology. So I'm not trying to raise the alarm, but I just wonder if we as the city should be considering. I mean, I'm sure that hopefully our systems I know the jail is not the circuit attorney's office, but it's basically, they've had lawsuits and they have, a sheriff's race, but amid the lawsuits, they've lost all the records because of their IT system. So I guess I'm wondering how great is the risk that you see, because obviously something like that, I mean, I think that's a situation of the extreme, but something like that affects not just record keeping, it affects prosecutions, it affects everything, I would imagine.
So anybody who's worked with me at all will tell you that I am not an IT expert.
Neither am I, so we're safe there.
but even not being an IT expert, just when I got to the office and I'm trying to get work done on my computer, and I see the instability of our system and we're losing internet record. I mean, that was enough for even me to be like, this is concerning to me, and what does this mean? So I brought in experts to look at it. And what they told me is that if you're going to have a well-functioning system that can meet the IT needs of your attorneys and your staff, you're going to need at least an IT department of 5 people. So I'm taking that from experts. And the IT risk that I'm specifically concerned about are what just happened a couple of times. Fortunately, there was one time it happened for 3 days, and it was like, fortunately, not a trial week. Everybody was like, man, good luck that our system went down for 3 days when it wasn't trial week. So what I'm concerned about is our system going down for a prolonged period, which will cease. It will cease our operations. It probably doesn't. There's very few organizations that can function today without their IT. But I can tell you, for the prosecutor's office, that's it. We will just be at a standstill if we have a IT system failure. And then, of course, the other thing I'm concerned about is, which may be more along the lines of what you're referring to, which is, attacks. We could be targeted, and so we need good IT security and we need people management. So those are my two concerns and the risk that I see. And in terms of what we need in terms of computer operators, I did not come up with that. That was proposed to me that that's the bare minimum we need. What I was told is that in the private sector, we would have 8 IT people. This would get us to 5. Granted, we started at 2.
And then I know you presented in public safety, a few weeks ago, maybe it was a month ago, time flies. Can you just talk a little bit about sort of the future? We talked obviously about the staff for prosecution, for the attorneys and whatnot, but the diversion program seems to be a success. And of course, you can't, from the conversation, it's hard to predict for that in the future, but can you just talk a little bit about that program, how it relates to the budget that you have now, and where, if you might see it growing and kind of what that would look like?
So I'll start off by talking about, what we had in diversion in the past. In the past, you had a drug court prosecutor, and they kind of also covered diversion. And they maybe had like a paralegal to support them. So you kind of had a 2-person diversion unit. Under the Gardner administration, that did grow to where it was an attorney and 3 staff people. What we've done is we now have a diversion unit that's 2 attorneys and 3 trained social workers. And that's just something that has never existed before in the circuit attorney's office, where you have trained social workers, managing the caseload and working directly with diversion participants. So we think that's going to have a big impact. In terms of projecting the numbers in the program, difficult to say. I mean, there's obviously a lot of potential. Right now, we're kind of working through some growing pains in terms of getting line attorneys to understand when they have cases that are good candidates for diversion, cases where they might usually do, plead to this felony, take a SIS, suspended imposition of sentence, and do probation. We're training our attorneys to be like, hey, that person can instead go into our diversion program, not take a felony conviction, and in lieu of doing probation, work with a trained social worker, get connected to services to address their needs, and hopefully get them back on the right track. So we're working through that, so we don't know, what I imagine for the program is that we'll be serving, in excess of 250 defendants when we're really up and running, but that's something that we're still working on and building towards. But in terms of resources going forward, what I see is most likely if the more successful the program is, probably the more social workers we would be looking to add. So if the program takes off the way I want, I might be back here next year saying, can we get another social worker? If it really takes off, I might be back here saying, can we get 2 more?
That's helpful. And my final question, I think, for you is just built in the budget. I mean, you obviously beefed up I'm a fan of communications in general, but PIO, community engagement. Is there any part of that, your budget for like public education or, sort of materials, resources, because it does seem like part of this is also obviously educating the community when you talked about, building relationships as well.
No, we don't really have any particular budget for that. I view the primary tool for that being the website. And we've obviously made an investment there. And, what I would like to be able to do is really permit the public to be able to track what's going on in our office in terms of what cases we're prosecuting, what stage of prosecution they're in. But that's the kind of thing that we can't do without someone to collect and put that data together for us. So we just don't have that currently. But that's been our biggest investment in terms of content, in terms of communicating with the public, and very excited about that. I think that's going to have a big impact. It's been years since someone's been able to go on and easily navigate a website that gives them information about the Circuit Attorney's Office. And as of May 1st this year, we have that for the first time in a number of years.
Great. Well, I appreciate you being here and, your attention to detailing answering all these questions. And, I think, we all have something to work toward about building a culture, continuing and building culture of excellence across the city. So I do appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Gore. Thank
you very much.
Excellent. It looks like my Vice Chair, Alderman Boyd, has hopped on. I'll jump to you if you have a question for Circuit Attorney Gore.
I apologize, double duty here. I don't have any questions. I just want to thank him. And I kept hearing you say Jennifer Joy. So I remember when she was in office, and it's the things that you are focusing on, I think will help strengthen your relationship in our community, because they see you are trying to reach and hear them to see what the needs are in regards to our community. Because as the Alderwoman before me stated, education is a big issue. And everybody knows that the challenge in our community is the justice system. So I keep telling people, it's not the Circuit Attorney's Office, it's not the jails, it's the justice system as a whole. And so I want to thank you, because you are approaching it holistically for people to understand the challenges you have, but in the same time, you're doing your job. So thank you very much. I really appreciate you. And the work that Jennifer Joyce did was phenomenal in our communities, because she had the community totally engaged to be able to understand and help make decisions. So thank you again, Circuit Attorney.
Thank you very much, Alderwoman Boyd.
Alderman Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Thank you, Circuit Attorney, for being here today. Also, just want to echo a lot of what Alderwoman Boyd said. Want to thank you for really kind of turning a ship around, as you like to say, of what you inherited in the office. I know you have great staff members. Do want to give a shout out to Ms. Mosley. I think she's kind of like your communications or community kind of outreach person who has been great to work with. Me and Alderwoman Spencer greatly appreciate you attending the town hall last week we had in the 14th and 8th Ward, and you've done what you said, like over 100. Your staff is really easy to get in communication with. Also want to thank Isaiah, staff of Alderwoman Spencer, who helped coordinate that. To the needs of your budget, I guess I'm in a funny position from being somebody who is usually not the biggest fan of maybe wanting to fund a prosecute office, as I'm, want to be out in the streets protesting. But I do think it is critical for these 6 positions. I know it's only $500-some thousand. I feel like that's cheap change. I know Alderwoman Spencer did mention, the earnings tax is in limbo, but there's a lot of departments I think of. We just had water in here that is scheduled for like 300 employees and 360, and they only have 130. Our police department each year continues to over budget for 100 employees and continue to not to fill it. I think this is I'm not a person that does like credit reports or stuff like that or stocks, but I think it's a good risk for this committee to invest in this office. I've made it very clear to all my colleagues on the committee, one of the priorities that I will be working on when it comes to suggestions to make to the administration and E&A is to make sure that we fill all those 6 positions. I think it's potentially easy out of the general revenue one. It looks like, it was the computer spot. I'm trying to pull up the fund number. Yeah, 1000, which is just general fund. I think those three positions added up to about $236,312. Again, pennies on the dollar for turning the city around. And then, the other two funds are kind of special use tax, which those were passed at the ballot where, I think one of them is 6% goes to your office, and then 12% maybe goes somewhere else, and some other percent goes to the police department. But look forward to working with Ryan Coleman, our financial analyst, and Paul Payne, the director, to see if not out of those special funds, how can we pull money out of general revenue to also fund those positions? Because I think it's critical, and you have my word and my commitment to when this committee votes on amendments and changes that I look forward to carrying those 6 positions to make sure that your office is fully staffed up.
Alderman Aldridge, I really appreciate that, and thank you for supporting our office. I will point out, like I said, this addition to our budget, not only permits us to be effective in our prosecution of crime, but it permits us to be effective in assuring the constitutional rights of criminal defendants. It enables us to be effective in terms of having a well-functioning diversion unit. And of course, the one position specifically is for conviction integrity, and it'll support us in continuing to pursue justice in cases like the case of Christopher Dunn that I was in court on personally last week. I also would like to point out that since the time of Jennifer Joyce, there's been additional demands placed on our office in terms of the requirements that resulted from a federal lawsuit that was filed by our city defenders on the issue of cash bail and the impact of that on defendants pre-trial, people being detained, not because they were deemed a danger to the community, but because they simply didn't have the money to put up for bail. So there are changes that occurred in the way that the 22nd Circuit operates that isn't effective anywhere else in the state, that I can tell you on a daily basis requires us to have 2 additional attorneys over what the Circuit Attorney's Office has ever needed before. So we have 2 attorneys who basically dedicate their full time to managing the bond review process that was court mandated. So when you look at the attorneys we're adding, a lot of them are going to directly impact the issues that I know you are passionate about and committed to, which are making sure that those who are in the criminal justice system, are in the circuit court for 22nd Judicial Circuit, are getting the constitutional guarantees they're entitled to. So I can count, 3 attorney positions straight off the top that are strictly focused on that. And then, of course, the unprecedented investment we're making in diversion, again, is that's what's supported in our budget as well.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Circuit Attorney, thank you. One area that we haven't touched on really is victim support. This is an area of passion for me, representing many, many victims, having been a victim myself, and talking through witnesses who often are afraid to come forward, family members who are afraid to come forward, and just supporting those victims who are sort of revictimized when justice isn't served. Does this budget contemplate enough funding for the Circuit Attorney's Victim Support Services? I know there are a couple of ways in which victims are supported, one through your office, another through a separate entity, but want to make sure that we're doing our best to fund those services as well.
Yeah, so that was an area of immediate concern for me when I was appointed. I am happy to say that the Victim Services Unit was the first unit that we succeeded in getting fully staffed. And fortunately, through a grant process, they've actually been able to add 1 position over what they have historically had. So we've got the biggest victim services unit we've ever had. And so we're fully funded there. We've got a great group. We had a number of, we had a really phenomenal victim services advocate come back to the office about 3 months after I was appointed. And we actually have a supervisor in victim services, and we have a team leader, which is something that we haven't previously had. So feel very good about where we are in victim services. You know, one issue we encountered right away when I got there is they only had one phone line in victim services. And we were able to get that rectified. So we're working on making sure that victim services has what they need to do their jobs effectively. Quite frankly, something that's not in our budget, but that would make a huge difference for them is having cell phones. That's a real challenge that they face. They don't have business cell phones that they can give out to victims. They only have their personal cell phone, and you can imagine that there's difficulty in using that as your work phone. So if you ask me what our victim services unit needs, that would probably be the biggest thing I'm focused on, trying to figure out how to get funding for that.
Okay, thank you. That is very important. We appreciate you sharing some of the wins, especially on the reckless driving side, and just crunching through that enormous backlog of cases. We'll work on figuring out the best way for this committee to advocate to fully staff the Circuit Attorney's Office. In the meantime, if you don't mind just sharing with us that presentation, add with it, if you don't mind, the names of the law firms that came to the table and helped on the private side of things. It would be helpful for us to just, you know, in our mind, just remember those law firms that, you know, we're seeing so many negative stories about law firms leaving downtown. But certainly want to recognize and congratulate and thank those that have come to our collective aid here to help.
Absolutely, and the response of the legal community, the private sector was tremendous. So, you know, Thompson Coburn has been huge for us. When I was in court last week on the Christopher Dunn case, I was there with the Thompson Coburn team led by Booker Shaw, who's a partner there, and 2 of his associates who did great work on that case and donated hundreds and hundreds of pro bono hours on that case, and, you know, really threw their hearts into it. In addition, Gordon Ankney is one of the former circuit attorneys at Thompson Coburn who has taken on a number of homicides for us. He has probably resolved probably 10 homicide cases since I've been appointed circuit attorney. Lewis Rice had a paralegal who came in very early and worked in our Warren office and really has become a key member in the Warren office. We ultimately hired him away from Lewis Rice because he was doing such a great job for us. My old firm, Dowd Bennett, has been tremendous. Obviously, they, you know, I bought a paralegal from Dowd Bennett with me on that first day. And she was one of their very strong paralegals. They hated to lose her, but they wanted to support what I was doing. She is now, Becky Rentschler, she's now my deputy chief of staff. So again, when we get the good people from the private sector, we do all we can to convince them to stay with us. So she's with us permanently as our deputy chief of staff. Hush Blackwell has been huge. They had paralegals over assisting us in terms of dealing with the discovery backlog, the situation of defendants just not getting the discovery and information that are constitutionally required. So Hush Blackwell was great with that. You know, I'm sure I'm leaving some out, but it's really been kind of across the board. Sandberg Phoenix, Allison Schreiber Lee, a former homicide prosecutor in Circuit Attorney's Office, has been over handling cases for us. She's been tremendous. So just really, it's been a lot of support across the board, and we would not have made it through this first year without that support. But now we got to figure out how to make it without that support going forward. So that's what our budget contemplates, that we're going to be operating without that surge capacity.
Yeah, well, we're encouraged to hear this sort of.
I should also say Brian Cave, they had 2 paralegals over helping us with the discovery backlog. So they've been huge.
Well, we're glad you're hiring them. It might speak to why they're not letting any more come over to us, but that's a good thing. So, no, it's really encouraging, sort of the holistic approach that the Circuit Attorney's Office has taken, propping up the Victim Services Department, really staffing up the diversion, and really trying to focus on a data-driven approach to prosecute. So we're here to help. We really appreciate you making time to come before the City Board of Aldermen's Budget Committee, and we look forward to supporting the things you need to make the office function at full capacity. And with that, I do believe we're done for the day with our department. Circuit Attorney, thank you for joining us. We don't have any other items on our agenda that I'm aware of. Madam Clerk, are we good to go?
We are.
Special shout out to Isaiah for bringing snacks. We worked through lunch today. If you haven't yet, we've got chips, the little chewy dinosaurs, the best. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
And thank you very much for the opportunity to present. Really, really appreciate you considering our.
Thank you. Take a motion to adjourn. Thank you. Hearing no objections, that concludes our
Second.
budget hearing.